So now YouTube is up. I didn't change the titles. Oh, I just thought this might work because with the new hard drive, and it seems to be working with the new hard drive. So, yeah, okay. Weird fact of life with this using the dual OBS, two instances of OBS thing here. It definitely seems to be working just fine, but apparently we got to start YouTube first. I don't know why. Okay, is it just like a it probably has nothing to do with the platform that I'm streaming to. It's probably just the encoder that I'm using. And the encoder that I'm using for YouTube just sort of you know what, that makes sense. Weirdly. I gotta change actually my title is like mostly correct, but I gotta change it slightly. Okay, let's get OBS off of my screen. I am gonna keep Task Manager just so I can I'm gonna monitor it throughout today's stream. Right now, I mean, we might struggle if we were playing a game, but I don't even think so. Like this is honestly about what I would expect if I were doing nothing on my computer. Which that's kind of weird. Why is it okay, I can still hear myself in both, so that's not what I want. But let's get the chat. Let's get the chat. We're gonna change these titles slightly. They're mostly correct. Actually, I might just leave the title as is. Then we'll worry about that for tomorrow, maybe. Okay, this is a bit of a mess because now we got both OBS. I gotta condense. Yeah, the weird factor of doing it in two different instances of OBS is we do have to actually switch both scenes. But as long as we're stable and we're still on the scene one, that's not really an issue. Just if we need to change stuff, there's an extra step. Okay, but I'm just not used to that. I mean, one extra step is not that big of a deal. If I put the correct chats next to the correct OBS instances, it'll be a little bit more organized, I guess. That seems like a decent idea. There's just too much. Okay, actually, that's better. There we go. I know you can't see what I'm looking at, but okay. I know this is gonna be a little bit weird, real quick, but we gotta check both of these streams. Oh no. If I refresh, it should give me a new chat. Test Twitch. Cool. That everything looks good there. Let me go over to YouTube. Test YouTube. Cool. So that, I mean, I like this. We're only like a minute into the stream and we're done with this. Last time we had technical issues and we were kind of stuck here for a while. So I also am able to switch between the tabs and actually view these live. Um, sort of. One weird thing with like the YouTube side of things is like they don't, this dashboard that they give you is a lot, it's like it's completely inflexible. Also, this is not a useful stat during the stream, so YouTube's still kind of stuck. Like look at well, I'm not on the dashboard, so never mind. But you know, you're able to change every little bit of the dashboard. Alright, so we are working in Unreal today. I guess I'm still, but oops, that's Discord. Is that supposed to be that quiet, or is it... Okay, Twitch is just turned down. Cool. I'm just gonna get some water, and then we'll get started. But I want to launch Unreal first, and I'm tempted to change these titles. Okay. Making a space game in Unreal. Unreal. Done. Then we gotta switch YouTube, which is harder for reasons. Hey, welcome back into the stream again. Slightly less technical difficulties today, Gasberg. Bert. Wow, I still don't know how to say your name. Also, we're in Unreal, so I did ditch that the engine I was messing with yesterday, but I'm still jumping around. I don't really know. Hey, at least the entire screen isn't melting again. So that's progress, right? I don't understand this. This is running way better than I could have imagined, and that like is weirdly concerning. It's like, did someone like install the reverse of malware into my computer? They just installed like powerware. That's someone downloaded more RAM. They 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 have successfully fulfilled the prophecy. They downloaded more RAM. No, but look at this CPU. Like the CPU load is pretty low. Like it's not even what I don't understand. How am I running two instances of OBS right now? Yikes. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. I made some bad assumptions before. It really was, as far as I could tell, it was definitely, can't even think. I was bottlenecked. Okay, I gotta mute myself because for a while there I was like listening to everything I said, so I knew how the audio sounded, but it takes a little while to get used to that, and there's other stuff I gotta get used to at parallel. How's the game going? We're still completely starting from scratch. We haven't. I mean, we sort of made progress because we tested out one engine, and now we're testing out another. Um, which part of the process of making a game, unless you already have an engine that you really like, and you can just stick with that. But I'll be back in a second. I gotta get some water. No, the plan is to go longer today, get some stuff done. Um, the sequel, gotta stay hydrated too. And that is a good sequel, you know. It's quite a long franchise, I would imagine. I mean, every day for like decades. There you go. Man, that's people were thinking Marvel's crazy with 2 movies a year. New one every day is pretty quick. Water is overpowered though. For real. Uh Okie dokie. Okay. Now we're good to go. I gotta get used to um the new mic location, and I kind of want to do long streams. I want to, I don't know if we can stream every day or anything. Although right now we could for a little while probably. But I just want to work on this game. We're not counting yesterday because all I did was decide that I didn't want to use that engine. Although I still feel like there's a chance that I could come back to it later. But I feel like one of these more like these big like mainstream engines just have like so much more to support and tutorials that like I might as well start here. Unreal, used for a bunch of movies or not movies, like The Mandalorian. If you didn't know, made in Unreal. that is very descriptive. Yeah, the entire show was made in Unreal. The audio, the actors, they don't actually exist. They were just purely made in Unreal. No, like the backgrounds and stuff were made in Unreal. I've actually seen one of those like big LCD screens. They're like, I don't even know how to describe it. They're massive though. And you just chain together a bunch of these screens, and you're able to like have these like projections with like Unreal. That'd be this category. All right. Well, I'm pretty sure I was just gonna move around today. But yeah, it is, those do look crazy though. I think I'm trying to remember when I was there. They were like driving around a car. I think because they had some commercial they were doing or whatever. How to move in? It's Unreal. What's Unreal? Yeah, it's uh. A lot of power usage from this. It's interesting. Uh, cool. Call it template project. You know, I just this feels really weird because I just set up everything on my left screen, and now I kind of feel like I want to switch them. But you know what? I don't have to do that. I can do that physically. Well, not literally. That'd be a lot of work to actually like completely swap them. But if I just adjust my monitors, maybe we'll get what I'm wanting. Although the one here on my right doesn't like staying plugged in, but it did now. Okay, we got our project going here. We lost the purple sphere, the purple ball. It's gone now. Oh. You know, the one thing here with like that's the wrong thing. Unreal is still opening. Yeah, that is one thing with Unreal I'm noticing. It's just a much larger thing, which also means longer load times. No, not the purple ball. Yeah, it's gone. We're in a different engine now, so maybe we'll recreate it. This does. What is this? That doesn't look like that. This is what this guy has. And look at what I have. Why do I have terrain here? What? Um, YouTube is blocking part of the message. I gotta fix that because it's real annoying. Okay, there we go. Of course, I don't want that to overlap. Um, Man, what is this? Why am I getting a uh new level? I don't. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna create a new project. Oh, I gotta completely relaunch Unreal now. Yeah, okay. I think one thing I'm not quite liking with Unreal is yeah, template. Yeah, Unreal does have a bit of a longer load time. What did I click on? How that? I thought I did click on blank. Oh, there is terrain out there. Huh. Well, that's weird. Okay. Let's just open this back up then. I just need to zoom in. I guess I don't know. This guy doesn't have the terrain in this. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I just don't want like extra code. I just want to start from nothing. Hey, sorry for borrowing you. Yikes. Okay. Uh, what's the band command? Yeah, just so you know, Gas, we did get the Twitch working, and we got a message on Twitch, but it was just a spam bot. That's the one message we got over on Twitch. I'm so confused. This does not look like the same thing. There's like so much stuff here. I don't. What? Okay, well, let's just play the video. I don't like this. No, well, not a real person. It was a bot. It was just spam. How many times am I gonna reload Unreal? There's probably a faster way of doing this. Okay, I keep looking at this, but it is the same thing. I just don't. Yikes. Oh, so you can use those independently. Okay, so apparently the version of Visual Studio that I downloaded is no good. I don't like the like no code stuff. I mean, not for any particular reason. It's just taking some of the fun for me because I enjoy programming. So, um, continue. Okay, so yeah, so it's confusing. I guess the blueprints are their like visual coding language or whatever, like the node system, which I'm not really a fan of. Um, but I mean, if it gets stuff done for you, I mean, I don't know. I guess a lot of people probably. I mean, I imagine a lot of people don't feel the same way about programming. Maybe people that do program do feel that way, though. I have no idea. I haven't surveyed people. But hey, I guess the one thing the bot accomplished though is he confirmed my little chat setup is working. Ooh, yikes. I don't know why this is 2022, but it is. So okay, web cloud. We're gonna want C++. Desktop development with C++, I think is the one that we want to install. We could go ahead and install .NET maybe. Yeah, why not? We I mm, Oh, that was the one that we actually needed, not the other one. But I'm gonna go and just install the other ones that I think I might need at some point. Oh, that's 14 gigabytes. That's gonna take a little while. Anyways, we're gonna open up this project anyways. Installation couldn't continue. Also, because this is not my default screen, which I want it to not be my default screen, so all my files don't pop up over here. But because that's the case, Unreal keeps popping up on the other screen. Should just content browser. I would like to keep this. I think we're gonna need this pretty soon. Oh, you know what? Oh, I don't know what that shortcut was. This is not the thing I saw in the thumbnail, but okay. Hey, welcome to the chat, Agent. How's it going? Hey, guys. Space, the final frontier. Yeah, well, it's also the first one, if you think about it, because we're always in space. uh, it's kind of a stupid joke because, like, that's somewhat true, but also colloquially, that's never what anyone is talking about. It's like saying you're in the well, yeah, like if you were in a submarine, you're in the ocean, but you're also in the submarine, you know. Okay, I gotta actually pay attention to this tutorial that I'm watching. I'm just distracted by the fact that I use the same template. Outside of space, there's a microwave unreality. Yeah, maybe. So other frontier, I guess. There, I mean, definitely depending on the math that you do, there's a lot of different. That's the weirdest thing. Like some of those equations, you could basically get any answer. Not really. Like obviously, you just do the equation. The one that's able to make the best prediction is the one that gets used. I don't know what I'm saying. What are you doing? So this guy is using the blueprints, which maybe I'll get over my qualms about those. There's nothing like intrinsically wrong about them. I read a study on immense pressures. I get mind blown. The periodic table literally flips. What do you mean it flips? I mean, I guess. Why not? Is there a particular reason that's the case? I think we're gonna need some context for that. Gases are metals and metals become gas. those type of deals. Yeah, immense pressure. Yeah, I guess it is what happens under immense pressures. I mean, all of the denser metals are basically reactions of nuclear fissions over fission. What am I saying? Over like massive amounts of time. I don't know. I still don't. I still don't. Maybe I should just watch this whole thing again. I don't know what you're. I do not see what you're clicking on. I really need new glasses. What? I can't do words tonight. I don't know what's going on. Okay, this is the same environment, but I just don't have the grid pattern for some reason. So that's interesting. Oh, wow. I'm smart. Yikes. He actually clicked the thing. There we go. Do you try viewers projects sometimes? Uh, I I mean, I guess I could at some point. You're not catching an experienced dev here, really. I have mostly done like I guess mods before. I don't know. I just done like a bunch of random projects. I know a little bit about coding. That's about it. I'm gonna be real with you. um, so we're working on this, but it's gonna be a bit of a long process. That's why I'm just like jumping into like a game project, and we're just gonna like make a game. I'm sure it's great. I mean, every game really has its own little thing that's going on. I would say the only way a game is bad would be I don't know. Like if if the creator just actively hates their users, that would feel like a bad game. I don't know. Uh, Not many friends. Yeah, I mean, we could. I don't know what happened to my Discord. Um, so you could just stick around the Twitch while we're working on stuff, and we'll see see about that. Uh, right now, I'm gonna try and do this though. Well, I didn't get anything done yesterday, so we just created a folder. Okay, where are you creating this folder? I'm confused. Template projects. Is it was that under collections? Oh, content. So you just created a new folder. Yeah, as you can see, I really don't know that much about Unreal. But you can talk about your project though while I'm working on this. Just tell me some stuff about it. Um, I don't know what it. I I don't know what I'm doing right now, so my naming systems kind of fall apart when I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so you're creating two blueprints. So you're using this guy's using the visual language, which I guess is cool because then we could experience something that I'm just generally isn't my thing. Oh, we got ads incoming on Twitch. We don't have them on YouTube. Purple ball. Yeah, I don't. I guess I'm off. Catch you later. Hey, I'll see you later, Agent. Yeah, yeah. We do have two chats open, which is a little confusing, but I just wanted to try this. I mean, YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. Twitch has allowed this now, multi-streaming, because that was against the TOS for a long time. Although they still have a lot of restrictions. Yeah, we'll see if we'll remake that in here. What are you making? I just got a player, so a character. Okay. I mean, the nice thing is, as confusing as this thing is to me, because it is confusing me, I'm gonna be real with you. Ads running. I'm just gonna reduce the number of things I gotta pay attention to right now. I don't know what your abbreviations were, so I'm just gonna do character. That's our character here, and then. Well, this guy goes pretty quick, which I don't dislike, but I've also been out of streaming for a while, so I feel like I'm a little distracted right now. Character? What was the next type? Is that actually? It's come on, YouTube. What are you doing to me? I'm going insane real quick here. Way too quick. Yeah, game mode base. Oh. What is the... Wait, what? Why is it CS in YouTube? Let me see if I can figure out what you're talking about. Huh. I don't see what you're talking about. I don't have it for me. I don't have a description. Yeah, I don't. On my side, there's no description. Wait, what? What? It's just playing as Counter Strike for you. What? Um. Or is that? Oh, is it? Are you talking about the video that I'm watching? No. Yeah, I don't know why. That seems bizarre. My advice: just ignore that because it doesn't even. If I can't replicate it, I can't even really see what's happening on your thing. It's not doing that over here. Yeah, no, the live stream. I get what you're saying, but that's not the case over here. So it makes it a bit strange. This is you know, this is Counter Strike. Just a very advanced hacker. That's what's happening. I'm just hacking in Counter Strike. I just have to remake the entire game so I can hack better. So we're looking for the default pawn class, which we want to set to the character. Oh, okay, this is bad. Okay, let's rename our stuff now that we're actually like using them. I guess I'll use the same abbreviation that he's using. Oh yes, Counter Strike. This is definitely in fact Counter Strike. Uh, tutorial character. We'll just have this be tutorial game mode. TT game mode. Oops. Game mode. So in the game mode, we're setting the default pawn class. It doesn't really explain what that is. There we go. That's all he does with it though, right? Though he saved it. I guess I didn't do that. Is it gonna... Okay. Whoa, it's almost an hour? Yeah. That was fast. It was. What did I just do? Oh, wait, that's fine. What did you click? Oh, I see. You're just selecting the game mode. Select. No, it was over here. Game mode. Can I... Is there a particular reason why that's not showing up? Select game mode class. Did I... Is the issue that I didn't save this? Oh, no, it's right here. Never mind. We use our little abbreviation here. Cool. Oh, there's your save button. Okay, well, we can't do anything, but there's our we got a character now. we have successfully done a thing. That feels like a pretty big like 0 to 1 jump here, right? We did not have a character. Now we do. There you go. So in from one perspective, that's the most significant thing we've done this entire project so far. uh What are you doing? What did? Okay, I just gotta play this on my other screen, I think. How long will I be streaming? Today, probably as long as I can go. So I don't really know. He just like pulls up the project settings like immediately. He already had them there, didn't he? He did. Okay, so that makes sense. So you just had the project settings up, which makes me think like it's a window or something. Um, was there any point where he didn't have those up? No, he's had those up since the beginning of this video. Oh, there they are. So you just put them here. Okay. Input. Input. There we go. Bindings. Oops. I don't quite see what happened. Oh, there we go. There we go. Space bar. So now we can be able to jump. We need one more. Oops. I got one extra. Move right. Turn. Wait, what was it? Move forward, move right, turn. Alright, so those are your camera. So your camera axis. This is easy enough. Not gamepad, we want keyboard. Baby, gotta do something else. Wait, what? YouTube really, like, there's a little icon here for like emojis, and it's over the text, and it's really frustrating. Well, I'll see what I could do. Well, forward. Oops. Wait, we need one more key. Ooh, that's two more. Or else. Yeah, I'll see. No, I don't want the left mouse button. Hold up, remove that. There we go. No, what? You buffering? Wait, he had scale just automatically there, and I don't. Huh. See, I got a different. These are action map. Wait, what? Oh no! None of these are supposed to be here. That's great. Okay, these are axis mappings. Great. Okay. We need four of these. Oh wait, sorry. These are. All right. This makes infinitely more sense though. Move forward. Okay. Get W. We need another one. This be S. No, not. Let me just delete that. There's probably another way of doing that, but I feel like deleting is the faster way. So if that's one, then this is -1, and then move left. It's all the same, but he called it move right, so I'm being contradictory. Wait. Actually, I think I see why he did this, but whatever. Oh, I see. So, get our turn here, and this is gonna be. Wait. Mouse X. There we go. Assuming the other one's mouse Y then? Yeah, look up. Oops, I did not mean it. I don't want to remap that. Look up. Mouse Y. There we go. Now we're making progress, actually. Oh, mouse Y -1? Okay. Let's just save. Uh, I did not get the same thing here that you just clicked. Although I saw you compiled this, so I should probably do the same. How did you do that? What? No, you just double clicked. What? Maybe this is the same thing? Transform? Nope, I'm not getting the components. So, not the same thing. We may have reached a point of no return here where the tutorial is just not useful anymore. Because there's zero way for me to know what you just did. This guy's really speedrunning. What's going on? Bro, this is not the same. This is not the same little thing here. Huh. What? There we go. It was in the blueprint editor. There we go. So he was going to components. So we're at the spring arm component, which I'm gonna guess he doesn't explain what that is. But okay. Camera component. That one, self-explanatory. We're doing something over here. What? Yeah, I guess, like, I don't know. There's definitely, I myself was saying I don't always love, you know, slower tutorials. So I get why this is made, but also, I guess I'm contradicting myself because I also said I like the type of tutorials where they literally don't know what they're doing beforehand. And I mean, they're just doing the thing that they're teaching, and so it's slower. I like tutorials that are not tutorials, I guess is what I'm saying. Cool. Use pawn camera rotation. Uh, let's compile this. That sounds good. And then we're going into the graph. This is the type of thing that I generally do not like, but we'll see. We'll give it a chance. Turn. Okay, input access. Um, access values. No, that was not it. What? What are you clicking on? You know, I think the next thing I should do is just like apply a force to the character. Like you just like immediately just a ragdoll or something. Just like a ragdoll button, like this is Goat Simulator or something. Uh, why did I just lose audio? My audio is back. So input access event is what we're looking for. This guy goes quick. I probably wouldn't be as big of a deal if I just need to get new glasses. I keep saying that, but it's because it's true. I just lost my keyboard again. Great. Every time I gotta reset my headphones because my headphone jack is kind of broken. I there we go. So turn, and then get a look up. Cool. I guess I don't hate this. Just I would rather code stuff. But you know what? We can worry about that with other stuff. We can just get the character moving. We don't have to worry about doing it everything that way. I don't know. So we want yaw input. Are you doing that with both of them? No, pitch. Oh, come on. You gotta drag it out. Okay. What? That's all he did? Wait. Looks like you're doing this as well. A little, Oh no, he went the opposite direction. Does that matter? Hopefully not. Oh. Okay, I can't look up. So one of them isn't working. Huh. Interesting. So we'll stop this. We'll go back to our character. How do we delete this connection? There we go. Well, it's this one that's not working. What am I saying? Why am I saying one of them isn't working? The one that's not working is the one that's not working. Maybe I compiled before I did that? Uh, so we can spin, but we can't look up. Yeah, I didn't do anything different. I gotta figure out, I gotta rewatch the last 3 minutes. I'm going through the tutorials so slow. It's fine. I guess we'll check our keybinds first. This is the one that's not working. Mouse Y. Huh. So far, I didn't do anything different. Did I get these? Yeah, no, that looks good to me. Huh. Huh. Sorry, let's get actually. Huh. I don't. Mm, huh. It's hard to like look up what the issue is because this is a very specific tutorial that not that many people watched actually, which is kind of confusing actually. Does this have like 7,000 views? 5,000? You would think more people would have seen this. I don't know. This is unreal. Maybe I chose the wrong. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Well, that's fine. We're still here. I didn't actually do anything. Um, oh, you know what? I may have selected the wrong. Here, let's. Also, I just realized camera is supposed to be. That also may have been the issue. Um, okay. The spring arm. The camera. I guess because he didn't explain what a spring arm is. I'm like, I don't know what that is. Okay. Look. We want pitch here. Wrong one. There we go. And you know, boom. Compile that. Okay, not quite right, but like, it is working somewhat, I guess. I mean, for a certain type of game, actually, this is exactly what you'd want. So, what just happened? I think because the camera just isn't. It's like offset, is what it seems like. Did I miss the spring arm transform? Is that what's going on here? Spring arm transform right there, 55. Oh, but this is offset. What, the camera's right here. That doesn't look right. Target arm length is supposed to be set to 0. Where is that? Oh, we're clicking on the wrong thing. Oh, 300. The camera is lower than it's supposed to be because I created it in the wrong order. But let's just do this. Because that, I mean, you can make different creative decisions about how you want the camera to be. But you want it to work first. Working typically is good. Unless, I don't know, there's probably a situation where broken mechanics work for a game. But usually you don't put them in there on purpose. Hey, look at this. We can look around now. Okay. We have successfully... Oh, you know what? I think I set my goals appropriately. I created a little roadmap for this first week of development, and I think like I set my goals pretty honestly. Because I just said, let's get the character moving. And, that it's taking longer. Cool. I don't know how. It's weird to me, like, how much I feel like this guy is expecting people to already know Unreal, despite the tutorial literally being how to get a character to move. Like, that very reasonably could be the first tutorial someone is searching. Which that it is. It is. I'm trying to learn the engine. I don't know how you just commented that. Here's our event graph. Is it like double click? How do you comment? How to comment in event graph? Yeah, that feels weird. The idea that, like, I guess it's meant to be a standalone tutorial, not a starter tutorial. But I just don't quite get, like, if you're doing a 3D game, there's not a lot of other stuff you can do before this. Oh, there you go. There we go. Hey, I don't hate this. Like I said, I kind of do prefer coding over this. But I mean, maybe I judge it too harshly, though. I feel like there's still a lot of situations where, like, yeah, just go through this, get it done real quick. I mean, I don't need to create my own system for everything. And just, I don't know. Like if this was everything and I was always doing this, I wouldn't have fun making games. Could be real with you. But for some stuff, I guess it doesn't matter as much. Uh, yeah, maybe I would prefer if he was showing me how to code this into the game rather than using this editor. But hey, if we want to, I think there's still a way to check the scripts that it's generating or whatever. I don't know. Move forward, move right. Oh, right. I called it move left. I was just being a contrarian there. It's the same, right? It's the same. So, capsule component? Huh? Oh, from this. Oh, the collision cylinder. Cool. I guess if it was just called the collision cylinder, it makes more sense to me, but okay. Yeah, alright. I see. That's not what it was. Sorry, what did I just. Forward vector. Alright. Honestly, I feel like this would probably be easier if we weren't doing it in the graph editor, but whatever. Yeah, okay. I thought I was gonna be okay with this, but I don't. I don't like it at all. That's just me, though. I guess. Hey, better to actually inform my decision based on more experience rather than limited experience, though. No, you know. Let's just he did it faster, but whatever. Just label it like that. Why not? Can we just move the entire thing? That's nice. I should stop hating on the graph editor. I mean, even if I don't like it, there's still obviously a lot of utility in it. I mean, no reason not to make your game like this. Alright, so let's just test this real quick. We should be able to move now. Now we jump. Cool. Okay, now I'm like, hey, why don't we have sprint? Why don't we have all these other stuff? And I'm like, why can't we already slide? And we like, I'm just being silly. I'm like, yeah, why can't we, double jump here and do all their jump into a vehicle? Why isn't there a full game now that we can move? I guess that's a good thing. Like, it feels like we're, now that we got the movement in place, it does feel like we're playing a game. There's nothing to do with it, but hey, technically a game. I guess. I guess the definition of it. Oh wait, I can't. I just realized I can't turn right. Well, I can't. I can by doing this. But I can't do it right away. Okay, I feel like maybe the whole thing I was doing. Wait. I did reverse it, so maybe it's left. Okay, let's here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna undo the stupid little thing that I did. Um, all right, we go back to our project settings, and sorry, like this. Make that the one. Make this the negative one. And then compile that. Let's try this again. Is it? Did I mess it up someplace else? Weird. Okay, what did I do? I can't turn left or right. What did I do? Huh. Now, why would... Wait. These aren't connected? Is that literally the entire thing? I think that's literally the entire thing. I was like, hey, they didn't activate it. There we go. Feels like a little drifty. You know what it is? There's no momentum, which is like the opposite of drift. But hey, you know what? Oh no, it is drifty. It's like a jump. Okay, there we go. Uh, cool. So we got the jump, we got all these set up, everything looking good. I think the last thing he does is he adds an object. See, okay. One thing I will look at, there's a lot of they're labeled as details. Okay. So if we select, what did you do? Oh, the character. Ah, let's go. This is what I want to play with. Okay. I think this is lagging a little bit, but yeah, if you look at all of these, there's a lot of different little things. Swim speed, what? I mean, okay. Flying? We already got a fly speed? Okie dokie. Something like gravity scale, that'd be interesting. But I want to change this with a script so we can try and figure that out. You can just press. You just hold down K to reduce your gravity. It's a pro strat. What did you just press? Okay, well you're over here. Basic shapes. Here we can get our sphere back. There we go. And we want. Okay, I guess this will be in the ground because we don't want it to do gravity stuff. Although wait, at the code it doesn't do that right. Well, I don't know. We could tell it to do gravity. That'd be interesting. Okay. Static mesh element 0. I'm just trying to change the. Hmm. So yeah, that's one thing. Unreal feels very detailed, which is cool. But also, I feel like it does feel like they're making some inferences on the type of game that you're making, which I don't. I haven't figured out like what exactly they're gonna expect you to, like what they're what. See, it's like I feel like they're inferring certain types of game made in this, but I'm not sure what type of game that is. If that makes sense. Like I guess part of it's like just with the way everyone talks about like the physics or not the physics, like the graphic engines and whatever. That definitely feels like it's more for that AAA market where it's like not every game needs that. Anyways, how do we also where is this in terms of because we got lighting. Oh, so it's not in anything, which is interesting. Currently, it's sort of outside of that. Browse to asset, edit sphere. There we go. I think that's what we wanted. Default material. Huh. There's a lot of stuff here. Nanite support? What does that mean in this context? I'm not completely sure. What? Like okay, I'm gonna look up a separate tutorial for this because Unreal definitely feels a little dense. There it is. I shouldn't be able to jump. Oh, do I not jump high enough? Yeah, there we go. Hey, We got a game. We got mechanics, gameplay, incredible. Cool. Unreal. How to change an object's color? Cool. We got a 2-minute tutorial. Maybe this one. I'm I'm tempted to unmute desktop audio. Just, I mean, you guys will be able to hear the tutorials too then. Okay. Well, it'd be interesting. I want to figure out how to actually script some stuff. So once we got this, if we could actually like jump when we jumped on the cube, if it changed colors, then I think I pushed the idea of starting a game a little bit too early in this process. But figure out how to do our shapes, then we could probably start building a structure. So we'll see. So he is in the material graph of the what? So I think I got here clicking on the mesh. That does not look like the same thing. Don't skip steps, people. What are you doing? Oh, he didn't. Never mind. Oh, so okay. I created an object. This guy's immediately creating the material, which means that I just want to be over here in the material editor. Um, yeah. So wait, so what? Base colors. Oh, okay. There we go. So if we do this, hit OK, and then uh, no, it's supposed to be purple. It'd be a darker. Cool. That works. Um, would you like to apply changes? Yes, apply the changes. Now let's hop into the game. Look at this significant thing that we have changed about this game. It is very significant. I mean, if you're, wanted it that way. So, yeah. It was supposed to be purple. Imagine it not being purple. It is why I got some like hardcore parkour here, just getting up on top of this. Amazing. This is crazy. Oh, give me 1 second. I'll be back in just a little bit. I might get some more water. How long have we been going now? Just a little while. Hour and a half. I don't hate this. As long as we get into scripting, I think we'll be having a lot of fun. I get that, like, because it's an engine that has a visual scripting language. So I think a lot of people are going to use the visual scripting language. But I'm not a fan of it. Well, I'm saying that a little wrong. I think as far as visual editing, as far as visual coding languages go, it's a good one. Nothing wrong with it. It's fine. Just not my thing in general. All right. Let's hop back in and figure out. I didn't really need anything else from that tutorial. I just kind of didn't know where I was going. But it makes sense that we're just editing that. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Script in Unreal. I just closed out of the wrong thing. Did find the tutorial I was looking for. So, that's good. I think I'm going to try and follow along with as closely as I can to what they're doing. Alright, so I'm going to unmute the desktop audio, which means you guys got to listen to the tutorials as well. I should get Opera browser for this. Though, yeah, we'll do that. It's not like browsers take a while to download. Yeah, I don't know. We haven't had any issues hardware-wise. I mean, we're not playing a game, but with the numbers where they are, I don't think we struggle too much in a lot of games. We're just installing this real quick. I could pop it out, and then it'll be like a reaction video, I guess. I don't know. I feel like that makes sense somewhat. It's always the game of like, you know, you're making content, because that is what we're doing here, right? Like I'm streaming, I'm doing this whole thing. I'm not like like there's a lot of, I guess there's a bit of like a difference in a lot of streamers just focus a lot more on like interacting with the audience they have. But obviously if you don't have an audience, it's not really an issue you're really worried about. So you're just doing the game of making content, right? Maybe try to build something. And if that's the only thing you're doing, then there's always this balance between like, okay, I'm trying to productively do stuff while sort of catering to what I think will make good content eventually. Which I haven't quite figured that out, that balance. I mean, it's different when I mean, I guess I've never really tried that hard on it, which is why, you know, I still got to figure it out. Because honestly, a lot of times with videos, a lot of times with shorts, whatever, the easiest way and the best way is very simply, oops, that is an advertisement. Very simply, you just go in with the expectation that the thing you're creating is for that medium from the start, right? So whatever medium you're planning on using that piece of content, you just create content directly for that, which is cool. But if you're, you know, trying to use your stream to generate content, it's a bit of a different mindset because you're taking from, you know, a long form thing and you're sort of breaking it down. Okay.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial, and today I'm gonna show you on how to get started with C++ in Unreal Engine 5. It's gonna be a very easy video to
Wait, it's not letting me see both.
follow, so let's get started.
Why?
But first, check out the link in the description to get awesome Unreal Engine courses on Winfox. Alright, so first of all, let's go ahead and create a new C++ sprite. So today I'm gonna be using the 5.1, so if you want to use the same Unreal Engine version, you of course can. Of course, you can use another Unreal Engine 5 version like
don't even know.
5.03, 5.02, but I recommend using the later one, which is 5.1. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and create a new third-person template. It's gonna be on C++. Remember that.
I'm hoping that I'll be fine with what I got because I'm in the blank one, but I mean, it looks like they just got a character.
We're gonna leave everything as default with the starter content and stuff, and then we can just plug the name. It's gonna be like C++ underscore tutorial, okay? And now let's go ahead and create this project. Okay, so now that the project is open, you will see that the Unreal Engine editor.
Yeah, see, this is a very different environment. So I don't know what you're scripting. Third-person template is the one you're using for this tutorial. There's just like an environment. I guess I got the movement set up, so we'll just see if we can still
opened.
follow
And
along
also
with
we
this.
have Visual Studio Community, which is just also opened with the project. So let's get now started. Now there's a thing that I want to clarify first of all before we start. So a lot of people has this question, you know, they have to completely make the game in C++ or in Blueprints. Well, there's a simple
you can
answer.
I prefer C++, but that's just me. But no, we already saw it. You can do either.
To that.
So
You have to basically use the combination of both C++ and Blueprints in order to create the most efficient systems and workflow for a game. Basically, you will have to use both, okay? You will need to code some
I don't know if
setup.
you'd have to use
So
both, but I guess it
it's
doesn't make
hard
sense
at
to
the
use
start
both.
to know, you know, in which system you have to make in this Plus,
We'll see.
and which system you have to make in Blueprints. But as you go and make more things, it will be easier for you. Now to create a new C++ class, what we do is go into Tools, New C++ class. Now we have different templates that we can use.
Alright, so let's get started here. No compiler is an issue. I thought I already installed this.
For example, the same as if we were to create a new Blueprint class. So in my case, I'm going to choose a character.
Ooh. If I click on this again, that's not great. So we got, where'd it go? Where it's hidden behind like everything. We have Visual Studio 2022. Huh. Well, that's confusing because we got it right here. If we launch it, let's just try launching it and see if that. Maybe Unreal's only good at detecting it if it's already launched. I don't know. That's like it would not be that way. Okay, we'll get back to the tutorial in a second. Come on. It's trying to get me to sign in. It keeps popping at the other screen, which is annoying, but what are we going to do about that? There's not a ton. Unreal. Not detecting this code. Yeah. Open recent. We don't got to. Set my source code editor to VS Code. Wait. Oh, so we got documentation here. Okay, that's cool. Alright, so we'll just read through this doc real quick. It's just setting up VS Code for Unreal. And that'll hopefully answer the question pretty easily. Oh, come on. Chrome is trolling me right now. What is happening? I cannot drag it at all. Okay, no, it's just my mouse. It's just my mouse. What is my mouse doing? Oh, I think something's loading. I think that might be the issue. It's just lag. Oh, it's just lag. Well, What? It just. No, don't do that. Yikes. It just launched a bunch of Visual Studio Code. Oh no. One, two more that need to close. I already closed two. See, that overloaded the CPU. Just the infinite Visual Studio Code that we're launching. Why? It's still launching. It's still launching. That's not good. What? What is happening? This is gonna crash my stream just because Visual Studio wants to open up a million instances. Oh, my computer is lagging so much. How many instances of this is there? What? No, what are you doing? What is this? Why? What? Is Unreal the one doing this to me? No, don't do that. That is way too many. I've never even seen Windows. I did not even know Windows let you scroll like this because I've never seen that many instances of something launch. All of these Visual Studios and Unreal still can't detect any of them. Look at these. What are you saying, Unreal? I know I have some setup that I need to do, but oh, what is going on? I need to crash this. Just 8. What? Look at this. 6, 7, 9. What? Yeah, I mean, this one's not responding. The rest of them, definitely very responsive. No issues there. Why is it doing this? I mean, I've done this before where I've like double clicked a bunch and then it's like launched, but never like 50. I don't know if I've ever seen this happen with Visual Studio in particular, but I've seen that other things do this. It's still launching new ones. What is going on? There's still more. Is the installer what is causing this? I don't even know. I'm gonna close the installer. Maybe the installer is like recursively trying to launch Visual Studio or something. I mean, we might just be stuck here closing Visual Studio all night. Otherwise, the computer's gonna crash. I was wondering why like a menu screen would cause us to lag, but it's just the sheer number of how many instances this launched for like I don't know why. Oops. How are we doing? Okay, there's still a ton, but there we go. Now these are closing. At least the computer's being a bit more responsive. How did that happen? What? Cool. It will not let me close the last one though. There we go. Now we're down to 1. The normal amount. Let's go in here. Let's get it set up. With it's designed to integrate smoothly with Visual Studio, allowing you to make code changes in your project quickly and easily. Yeah, I know how IDEs are supposed to work, but it's a good documentation though. This is one thing, I think they actually have documentation, which is cool. The other one I didn't. Look at a search bar for their documentation. That's pretty handy. They got a dark theme for their documentation. Bruh. I might have to stick with Unreal just for that. Be very, very silly reason to commit to a, to commit to one. But hey, can't go wrong with dark mode. Okay, well, that was bizarre, but let's see. What do we got here? Just trying to test. Okay, looking good there. There too. Okay, cool. The pop-ups have messed me up before, and I have not responded to people, so just gotta check that. Okay. This is documentation's a little bit old, because okay. When installing EU from the Epic launcher, or if you clone it from GitHub. It's on GitHub. It's cool. I thought it was just on the Epic Games launcher. I didn't realize that it was up on GitHub, but okay. So apparently there is a prerequisite launcher. So maybe at that point I just ignored it, I guess? Probably. That would make sense. How does this work? I think Twitch is really far behind. Which is weird. How does that happen? What? Huh? There's like a 2-minute delay or something on Twitch right now. I don't really know. Maybe it's just lagging. Okay. C++ tools, options for, if you're installing Visual Studio for the first time, you'll want to make sure that you have the following options enabled. I did do that. Game development with C++. I may not have done the other ones, but we'll figure it out. To include the EU installer when launching VS, locate the summaries. Ooh. I don't know if I did that. What? That did not answer the question I had at all. Maybe it's the project type that's the problem? I would hope not. let's go back to the tutorial real quick.
Gonna say next, and then we can just put a name. Now plus plus, and then you basically call them in your blueprints and etc. So it's hard at the start to know, in which system you have to make in this plus and which system you have to make in blueprints. But as you go and make more things, it will be easier for you. But anyway, let's continue with the tutorial now that we have clarified that. So now to create a new C++ class, what we do is go into Tools, New C++.
Right. Let me look up the exact problem because it did not. Oh, there's a Reddit post. That's typically a way of getting some tech answers quick. You look at past people trying to. Is it just editor preferences? Yeah, probably. Guess I maybe expected it to sort of default to the default because it knew which one it wanted me to use. Man, I don't know where the setting would be though. General source code. Visual Studio? Yeah. 2022. Yeah, maybe that's the issue. What was it looking for? I'm sorry, what? So it did default to Visual Studio and then it told me to install 2022. Which that made enough sense to me. I'm like, okay, they're not using 23, okay, whatever. But the setting is set to Visual Studio, no specification. It kind of makes it feel like it's supposed to detect or something, maybe. I don't know. I think I just confused myself because my own expectations of how they would have that set up. But I mean, it makes infinitely more sense this way, where I just had to go in here and change the editor setting. The only thing, I guess it's just because they told me to install that version of Visual Studio that I was like, this is gonna work. No. I'm gonna dismiss this. I'm gonna just ignore all of this. I'm gonna close this. Then we're gonna. There we go. That fixed it.
Class. Now we have different templates that we can use. For example, the same as if we were to create a new blueprint class. So in my case, I'm going to choose a character. I'm going to say next. And then we can just put a name. Now for me, I would just say, for example, let's say tutorial character, okay?
So I do want to figure out how to do this in a slightly different way. Because I already have a character set up. Let's just play through this tutorial a little bit more.
We can leave everything as default. We're not going to touch anything and just say generate class. And there we go. Visual Studio will go ahead and open. Of course, you have to have installed Visual Studio Community with the latest version, with the C++ code implemented, etc. Now, a thing that I want to also clarify about this tutorial is that this is not a C++ tutorial. I will not be teaching that. This is just a way to implement C++ into Unreal Engine and do a simple example of just spawning an actor in the scene on C++, calling it from Blueprint. So this is not a C++ coding tutorial. No, this is very simple and integrated into Blueprints, so a C++ will be go ahead and create and declare all the functions and variables. So in this example, this tutorial, what I'm gonna do is basically that when you press a key, it will spawn a certain actor just in front of the character. We're gonna do the
okay, here. I just gotta figure out what's going on here because I already have a character. I don't.
all the functions.
I do want to try
we
and
see
figure
that we
this
have
out
two
without
files.
fully
The
resetting.
simple answer to that, you have to basically use the combination of both plus for you. Now to create, we have, so in my case I'm going to choose a character, I'm going to say next, and then I'm going to just put a name. Now for me, I would just say, for example, let's say tutorial character. Okay, we can leave everything as default, we're not going to touch anything, and just say generate class, and there we go. You know, Visual Studio will go ahead and open. Of course you have to
Generate class. So the confusing thing is like it's a blueprint class. Huh. Can you open a blueprint as C++ class? Unreal. Huh. Unfortunately, I think we will have to. What are you doing? It really does not want to work if I'm not in full screen, which is annoying. This is the Unreal Forms or whatever. Yeah. Do it manually. Most stuff is exactly named like in the blueprints. Yeah, I guess there's no real issue. The problem is, it's just he's using a different project. Whatever. We'll stick with this project, but we do have to create a new class. Which I don't know what we were just doing here, but we'll create a new character class.
have installed. Visual Studio same as if we were to create a new blueprint class. So in my case, I'm going to choose a character, I'm going to say next, and then I'm going to just put a name. Now for me, I would just say, for example, let's say tutorial character. Okay, we can leave everything as default, we're not going to touch anything, and just say generate class, and there we go. You know, Visual Studio will go ahead and open. Of course you have to have installed Visual Studio Community with the latest version, with the C++ code implemented, etc.
I just like, there's so much music here, and I'm like, I have no confidence in music that okay. Could be a new thing loaded infinitely faster. Projects now include sources. Please close the editor and build from. huh? Or not this editor? I'm sorry, which editor? Which one? Everything's an editor. Successfully added class TT character 2. However, you must recompile the template project module before it will appear in the content browser. Oh. Well, there was a little warning thing there, and I was like, that's no good. But like, it was just giving me information that I'm like, oh, okay, that's not a problem. I'm not mad at you. I don't know. I feel like warning signs are usually like, this project crashed. Like, that's not even a warning. That's just like, oh, well, okay, now I know. I would have seen that a second later anyways, but I guess maybe your context window gave me a little bit more information, so still maybe worthwhile. Why is it keeps doing that? Oh, sorry, it was the Opera browser window, because I have that popped out, so I can move it over more easily if I want to. Cool. Solution Explorer. Okay, config. Need to run status check. Cool. Begin play Delta time. What? I do think it'd be worthwhile at some point. I'd probably gotta hop in here and treat this as a thing to learn C++ as well. We'll figure that out. I do think I want this unmuted though, even if that's gonna be weird for the stream. People, you don't need music for your tutorial.
And we have a header file. Now the C++ file will be basically where we actually implement of the code, of the functions and the variables, basically all the functionality. And the header file is where we're gonna go ahead and create and declare all the functions and variables. So in this example, this tutorial, what we're gonna do is basically that when you press a key, it will spawn a certain actor just in front of the character.
And that seems simple.
We're gonna do all the functionality from C++ and then call it from Blueprints later on.
Oh,
so the first thing that we have to do is go ahead and create a new function. Okay. So for this, we're gonna go into the header, as is the place that we create and declare functions and variables. I'm gonna go into the public section over here. We're gonna go down, and then we're gonna say void, and then we can just call this as we want. So in my case, it will be like spawn actor.
Are we supposed to be in the other one? Yeah. It's supposed to be over here. I don't really know these abbreviations, or the whatever you call them. Brand new to C++. This is the first time I've ever done any project in C++, honestly. I've done projects in C. Sorry, C sharp. So we're spawning an actor. Simple enough.
Okay, then we go ahead and there we go. Now the thing is that we have to put a certain tag on top of all our variables and functions in Unreal Engine. So this will be an U function, and then we can open, and we can have different options. Now in our case, we want to be able to call this function from Blueprints. So in our case, we just pass the parameter of blueprint callable. Now you may have noticed that it isn't out completing all the names and stuff. This is because the Visual Studio IntelliSense doesn't really work correctly with C++ and Unreal Engine. So what you have to do is basically get a plugin that will basically do all the auto completion to you.
He said that like there was no plugin in existence and like there's no way to make it work. Instead of just being like, yeah, you got to make sure you get the plugin. You just said that in the wrong order, dude. Like, I was like, what? Does it exist? That's weird. No, he's just saying you got to download the plugin. I probably wouldn't have expected it to really know what it's doing right away. Although this whole U function for him was capitalized. Blueprint callable. Although the syntax highlighting isn't giving me any issues, so that's interesting.
Now I'll be linking two good ones in the description that they're used by all professionals in the Unreal Engine C++ community, and basically it will help you a lot. Now they have a free trial and then you have to pay them, but they're really good if you want to get serious about C++ in Unreal Engine.
What are you saying?
Anyway, basically it will help you a lot. Now they have a free trial and then description that they're used by all professionals in. Now I'll be linking two good ones in the description that they're the auto completion to you. Now I'll be linking two good ones in the description that they're used by all professionals in the Unreal Engine C++ community.
What?
And basically it will help you a lot.
In what universe are people charging for that? That feels strange. Okay. Oh, well, install that. No, I don't need to I just clicked the button to download. To download Visual Studio instead of the plugin. What? Whatever. I'm gonna ignore this for now. That may not be the best idea.
Now they have a free trial and then you have to pay them, but they're really good if you want to get serious about C++ in Unreal Engine. Anyway, today I'm just gonna do without any auto completion, but it's okay because you're with me, so I'm gonna be explaining everything. So now we can pass in a second parameter, which is gonna be basically category. So we can have things more organized when later on we call them from the blueprints, and it's gonna be, for example, abilities. As I guess like you can have like a superpower, it's gonna be like spawning actors, you know. I don't know, whatever, you can put whatever name you want, and I guess it's gonna be good. I'm gonna indent it so it's nice and organized, and there we go. We can now go ahead and save this file. So now we're going to go into the C++ file and now save this file. So now we're going to go into the C++ file and actually implement all of this code. So we're gonna go down over here, and what we're going to do is say void, and now we have to pass the class name, which in my case was tutorial.
I thought that was gonna be dismissed for now.
Character.
It's still gonna pop up, whatever.
Character. There we go. And now the thing is that we have to pass an A in front of the class name in order to symbolize which is an actor. And then we have to do it. So double semicolon, and then say spawn actor, which is basically the name of our function. So basically you have to reference the actor class name, it's with an A at the front, and then the function name, and then you can put this and then open the keys, and then we can now start typing inside of it and putting all the functionality. So in this example, like I mentioned before, I want to be able to spawn any actor in a certain position when I press the key. So what I want to do is say get weld, and be a very handy
I'm gonna be getting a lot of
to get a lot of things and all the functionality in Unreal Engine. So we have this spawn actor, and then we can just pass the type which we want, which in our case will be an A actor. Okay, now close this. Sorry about the C over here. There you go, A actor, and then we can open parentheses and pass all the parameters that we need. So in our case, we have to pass first of all the specific blueprint or actor that we want to spawn. Okay. Now for this, what we're going to do is create another variable. So I'm going to go back into the header class and go down over here.
That's what this is, header class. Okay.
And we're gonna create a new variable. Now what we can do is just say a actor and then put here actor BP to spawn, for example. Name it like this. Now the thing is that Unreal Engine and C++ doesn't really recognize very well like the content browser files and basically all the blueprints and actors that they're there. So what we have to do is pass another here, and the parameter will be subclass of open keys and then close the.
Okay. Subclass. That seems simple enough. Just subclass of actor.
And then this will be a T subclass, sorry, there we go, of a actor, and then we pass the name. Now we have to do one more thing, which is pass another tag on top of it. So in a function was basically uFunction, but in here is uProperty. So go ahead and pass this, and now we'll go ahead and open the parentheses, and now we can plug in another thing, which is edit anywhere. So this will basically allow us to just call it from whatever place we want in our blueprint. Gonna go ahead and indent this so it's nice and organized. We can just save it. So now we can go ahead and call this actor BP to spawn from our code. So now it's basically spawn that variable.
Man, just doing everything all at once. Yeah, I guess he said he's not doing a tutorial for C++, but also I don't. Also feels like we're just not. I'm gonna say not testing as we go, but I guess there's not anything to test.
And now what we can do is just pass a transform, basically a location or a position.
Actor BP spawn.
That we want our actors to spawn. So in our case, what I say is just get actor transform. So it will basically spawn it right in our player's face. And then what we want to do is just pass some parameters. So in order to this, what we have to do is create some local variables. So we f actor
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Spawn parameters, and it's gonna be like the spawn params, for example. And then we need to set these spawn params to a certain thing. So we want to basically change its collision settings. So it's gonna be spawn collision handling override. There we go. Sometimes it is auto-completed, sometimes not. That's why the Intel cells with Unreal Engine doesn't really work very well. And then we just pass the espawn actor collision handling method. There we go. It's now auto-completing. And now we can have different options. So adjust if possible, but always spawn, etc. Always spawn, etc. So in my case, I'm gonna say adjust if possible, but always spawn. So there we go. And now we can put a semicolon to add in the line, and now we can pass the the spawn params on it.
Cool.
There we go. Now we can go ahead and close this over.
And then we're just gonna pass these spawn parameters. Sorry, what? Spawn params. Cool. Okay.
Here. Now you will see that sometimes it gives errors. Well, this is another problem with C++ and Unreal Engine with Intel cells. It will sometimes give you errors even though the code is actually correct. So don't worry if there's errors. Sometimes it is an actual error. You're using the normal Intel cells on Unreal Engine and Visual Studio, sorry. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save all of our files.
There we go. I was like, I was surprised that he just went up. I'm like, I'm so used to just Control S. was kind of surprised that he actually went up there and pressed the button.
And minimize and
It's
go
like,
back
where's the
into
button?
Unreal
I didn't
Engine.
even use that.
Now you will see that this window popped up, which is the C++ live coding. Now this is just a way to compile very fast in Unreal Engine 5. Now
know
just
that.
close it, and if you don't see that at all, well, you can just go back down here and say, and click on this, and it will basically start compiling
Wait,
all
what'd you click on?
of back down here and say,
What? Huh? Is it this? No. What did you click on? Recompile.
and click on this, and it will basically start at all, but you can just go
Huh?
back down here and say,
Snapshot? No. All saved. Yeah, I definitely don't see that thing you're talking about.
and click on this, and it will basically start top, but you can just go back down here and
It's next to the all saved for you. Yeah, that's weird. I don't have that. Wait, this is the wrong project. Or no, not the wrong project, but the wrong like map. There we go. That was easy enough. Maybe if I compile? I don't know what's going on.
say, and click on this, and it will basically start compiling all of your code.
Okay, I'm gonna look up why I don't have that button. Recompile and upload. Okay. Unreal, no recompile button. Yikes, it's because I made this a blueprint project, probably is. I did add the C++, so it is here. Where's everything's in our new project, right? Where's our class? Where'd it go? Is it so you gonna tell me where this is? Because we definitely not. Let me just search for it. Search for an all. Not here. Huh? ATT. Oh wait, it's different actually. It's not. Is it? Hold up. Did it change something here? What? The class is just non-existent. I'm sorry, what? Went here. We did here. We did tools, new class. We did character. Next. Public. TT character 2. But where though? See, that's my issue. It exists, but where does it exist? um, because right now this thing, it seems to think that I don't have any class files in here. Uh, cancel. Let's cancel that. I don't know what's going on. I don't get these tutorials though. Like this is the common thing with tutorials is like sometimes they don't mesh with your style. But I just feel like today I'm like that hit rate is a lot lower.
And click on this, and it will basically start and minimize and go back into Unreal Engine. Now you will see that this Unreal Engine and Visual Studio, sorry. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save all of our files and minimize and go back into Unreal Engine.
So, what's the issue here? Is there anything like we can change the category here? We'll change it to powers. It's like we gotta find a change that I can make that's not gonna mess anything up. And then we go here. Nothing. Nothing. Weird. That's kind of annoying. I think you're supposed to use one or the other. Well, no, this guy's saying you're supposed to be able to mix and match.
Now you will see that this window popped up, which is the C++ live coding. Now this is just a way to compile very fast in Unreal Engine 5. Now just close it, and if you don't see that at all, well, you can just go back down here and say,
dude, no, I don't got it. No recompile button. Unreal. If I just like come here to project settings. No, not project settings. What was it? If I like open up the character. And this is a different class. What happens if I compile this? Nothing. Nope, doesn't show up here. I don't know why it would. Yeah, I think it definitely is a big difference if you. It's weird to me, but there definitely is a big difference based on the template project of like whether it's a Blueprint project or a C++ project, which I don't fully understand why that's so different because you're still able to use either or in either project.
And click on this and it will basically start compiling all of your code. So now you will just wait a few seconds. Now depending on which drive you have it, it will go faster or slower, but just have some space on it and then just wait a few seconds. A note that I'm gonna put it on here is that if you only touch the C++ file, it will actually go faster, but if you touch the header file, it will go slower because it has to compile other header files and stuff. Anyway, you can see that now it has successfully compiled without any errors. Okay, so now what we can do is go ahead and
wait. No, that is really bad. I don't think I. Where did Unreal go? I don't think I actually switched that to a C++ project. It's still a Blueprint one. Most of this looks fine. Like, we're not having issues here so much as we're having issues in Unreal. Back to the beginning of this tutorial. Let's go.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial, and today I'm going to show you on how to get started with
I feel like I remember, like if we had to start over, I feel like I do remember enough to try and redo what I just did with the other tutorial. Okay, this is not great. C++. I think it really matters which one you choose. We're doing the third person here. Yikes. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna follow the tutorial. I don't know. Name nomenclature's not gonna help save us here. Whatever. Third person. Let's close this because it opened up pretty quick on us. So I think, is there any reason why you wouldn't choose C++? I guess like purely if you were going to do Blueprint only, which I don't quite get. Hey, if it works for you, then do your thing. Okay. You know what? We still don't have that thing. Okay. Well, yeah.
C++ in Unreal Engine 5. It's gonna be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. But first, check out the link in the description to get new C++ Sprite, new third-person template. It's gonna be on C++ Core. So now that the Sprite is open, let's get now started. Now there's a thing that I want to clarify. First of all, before we start. So a lot of people has this question, they have to completely make the game to create the most, that will go into tools, new C++ class. Now we have a different template.
So you just had this selected? Okay. Don't go away. Don't do that. I want this open. Okay. What are you doing? Whatever. Character. Next. I'm gonna keep
Templates
the
that we can
name the
use,
same
for
as
example,
this.
the same as
for
if we were to
simplicity.
create a new blueprint class. So in my case, I'm going to choose a character, I'm going to say next, and then we can just put a name. Now for me, I would just say, for example, let's say tutorial character, okay?
That's,
we can leave everything
wow.
as default. We're not going to touch anything and just say generic class. And there we go. Visual Studio will go ahead and open. Of course, you have to have installed Visual Studio Community with the latest version, with the C++ code implemented, etc. Now, a thing that I want to also clarify about this tutorial is that this is not a C++ tutorial. I will not be teaching that. This is just a way to implement C++ into Unreal Engine and do a simple example. This is not just file, is where we're gonna go ahead and create and declare all the functions and variables. So in this example, this tutorial, what we're gonna do is basically that when you press a key, it will spawn a certain actor just in front of the character. We're gonna do all the functionality from C++.
I don't think he got that warning. But then again, it's very possible that it was just a generic thing that he had suppressed. So, who knows? I don't. Interesting point. I wonder if I go back here now if that shows up. Why is the content browser over here? That doesn't make sense. I went to my other screen again. No. It didn't show up. What happens if I save it? Nothing. This isn't gonna work. I don't know what I did wrong, but this isn't gonna work.
And then call it from blueprints later on. So the first thing that we have to do is go ahead and create a new function. So for this, we're gonna
close the content browser. We don't need that. It's not going to compile. Can we change this? Like to cylinder? That's not what I wanted to change. I wanted to change this guy. There we go. Not really on the ground anymore, though. There we go. Oh. I would...
go into the header, as is the place that we
no button to recompile. What? Where's my phone going off? This is literally nothing. This is system notification. Why does that have to make sound? I would literally copy step by step what you're doing again, but it's not gonna work. Does that button show up for him?
Create and new header functions. Go ahead and quickly use the combination of both C++ and Blueprints in order to create the most efficient.
It is. So why isn't it here? Maybe it needs to save first. No.
Systems and workflow for a game. Basically, you will have to use
Unreal. There is no recompile button. Maybe we just gotta close this real quick. Mm. I should find a different tutorial. And then, well, actually there's just zero value to that tutorial, I feel like. Because the issue is, like, why are you doing all of this? Why aren't you just like, why is... I'm just confused why you're not just like, hey, let's do a hello world here. We're gonna output to the, like, why are you doing something in game before this is supposed to be how to use C++ in Unreal Engine 5? I feel like we're skipping steps. So why are you writing so much code? Because you're wanting something to actually happen in the game. I mean, that's fine, I guess. Is Unreal just not wanting to launch? Might have missed something in the setup. Why is there missing modules? That does not make sense. Try rebuilding from source manually? Huh? So I think the errors that I'm ignoring actually do matter. You know, there's just too many false negatives with stuff. What? Huh? You were just saying that you weren't going to load this, but now you did. And now the button's there. Now the compile options menu is there. Huh? I'm sorry, what? What happened? Now, if I already have a tutorial character class, that's when I'll be really confused. You know what? I was totally... It's already in use. Whatever. I'm just going to call it 1. No, so I think maybe it literally was just that I had to restart Unreal. That might have been the whole thing. Ugh. Cool, now the live coding thing is actually here. So I just was brute forcing something that needed a restart. That's not that complicated. Okay. Now we're back to the tutorial, I guess.
Both. Okay. You will need to code some systems in C and C++, and then you basically call them in your blueprints and etc. So it's hard at the start to know, in which system you have to make in these developers. But anyway, new C++ class, for example, let's say, Visual Studio will go ahead and just. Now, a thing that I want to also clarify about this tutorial is that this is not a C++ tutorial. I will not be teaching that. This is just a way to implement C++ into Unreal Engine and do a simple example of just a C++ coding tutorial. No, this is very simple. This is just of how to make a simple system in C++ and integrate it into blueprints, so you know a bit how the implementation works. So first of all, you will see that we have 2 files. C++ function variables will be basically where we actually implement of the code of the functions and the variables, basically all the functionality.
I think we're starting.
And the header file is where we're gonna go ahead and create and declare all the functions and variables.
That's not good.
So in this example, this tutorial, what we're gonna do is basically that when you press a key, it will spawn a certain actor just in front of the character. We're gonna do all the functionality from C++ and then call it from blueprints later on.
Yeah.
So the first thing that we have to do is go ahead and create a new function. So for this, we're gonna go into the header, as is the place that we create and declare functions and variables. I'm gonna go into the public section over here. I'm gonna go down, and then I'm gonna say void, and then we can just call this as we want. So in my case, it will be like spawn actor. Okay.
Spawn actor.
And there we go. Now the thing is that we have to put a certain tag on top of all our variables and
the tagging thing is an interesting part of.
So this will be a U function.
And then we can understand what
and we can have different options. Now in our case, we want to be able to call this function from blueprints. So in our case, we'll just pass the parameter of blueprint callable. Now you may have noticed that it isn't auto completing all the names and stuff. This is because the Visual Studio IntelliSense doesn't really work correctly with C++ and Unreal Engine. So what you have to do is basically get a plugin that will basically do all the auto completion to you. Now I'll be linking 2 good ones. the description
I
that
always
they're
hate
just
insert.
basically
My
good
mistake. I've never
or
used
neat.
that on purpose, I
Second,
don't
we
think.
call them from. It's gonna be basically category. So we can have things more organized when later on we call them from the blueprints, and it's gonna be, for example, abilities. As I guess like you can have like a superpower, it's gonna be like spawning actors, you know. I don't know, whatever, you can put whatever name you want, and I guess
Category.
gonna indent it, so it's nice and organized, and there we go. We can now go ahead and save this file. So now we're going to go into the C++ file and actually implement all of this code. So we're gonna go down over here, and what we're going to do is say void, and now we have to pass the class name, which in my case was
Should be fine.
tutorial
If I don't break more stuff by doing
character. Character. There we go. And now the thing is that we have to pass an A in front of the class name in order to symbolize which is an actor. And then we have to do it. So double semicolon, then say spawn actor, which is basically the name of our function. So basically, you have to reference the actor class name, basically with an A at the front, and then
calling
the function name.
But okay.
And then you can put this, and then open the keys, and then we go. You can now start typing inside of it and putting all the functionality. So in this example, like I mentioned before, I want to be able to spawn any actor in a certain position when I press a key. So what we're going to do is I get weld, and now this is going to be a very handy place to get a lot of things and all the functionality in Unreal Engine. So we have this spawn actor, and then we can just pass the type which we want, which in our case will be an A actor. Okay, now close this. Sorry about the C over here. There we go, A actor. And then we can open parentheses and pass all the parameters that we need. So in our case, we have to pass first of all and the specific blueprint or actor that we want to spawn. Now for this, what we're going to do is create another variable. So I'm going to go back into the header class and go down over here, and we're going to create a new variable. Now what we can do is just say A actor, and then put here actor BP to spawn, for example. Name it like this.
BP.
Now the thing is that Unreal Engine and C++ doesn't really recognize very well like the content browser files and basically all the blueprints and actors that they're there. So what we have to do is pass another here, and the parameter will be subclass of open keys and then close the, and then this will be a T subclass, sorry, there we go, of a actor, and then we pass the name. Now we have to do one more thing, which is pass another tag.
T subclass of. This might be a case sensitive thing. No, I think it's just the intelligence, just doing its thing. Which is, you know, I don't have the plugin installed, so.
So in a function was basically
that
u function.
Money.
Button here is u property. So go ahead and pass this, and now we'll go ahead and open the parentheses. And now we can plug in another thing, which is edit anywhere. So this will basically allow us to just call it from whatever place we want in our blueprint. Gonna go ahead and indent this so it's nice and organized. We can just save it. So now we can go ahead and call this actor BP to spawn from our
calling it over here.
Our code. So now it's basically spawn that variable. And now what we can do is just pass a transform, basically a location or a position that we want our actors to spawn. So in our case, what I say is just get actor transform. So it will basically spawn it right in our player's face. And then what we want to do is just pass some parameters. So in order to this will
be giving me issues. Oh, it's the subclass of.
What I have to do is create some case when it's for whatever place we want in our blueprint.
It might just be the syntax highlighting is off.
Gonna go ahead and indent this so it's nice and organized. We can just save it. So now we can go ahead and call this actor BP to spawn from our code. So now it's basically spawn that variable. And now what we can do is just pass a transform, basically a location or a position that we want our actor to spawn. So in our case, what I say is just get actor
Hey,
transform. So it will basically
boy,
spawn it
how's it going? I
in our player's face.
in the middle of trying to get through this tutorial, so I may have. Yeah, I did miss. Oh wow, that was 4 minutes ago. A little late on responding to you, but how's it going? If you're still hanging around while I watch tutorials, hey, you know, we'll just keep working on this game. What? Let's get rid of this. Dude, don't save because that's not. There we go.
And then what we want to do is just pass some parameters. So in order to this, what we have to do is create some local variables. So we f actor spawn parameters, and it's gonna be like the spawn params, for example. And then we need to set these spawn params to a certain thing. So we want to basically change its collision settings. So it's gonna be spawn collision handling override. Here we go. Sometimes it is auto-completed, sometimes it's not. That's why
Unreal
the Intel cells with Unreal Engine doesn't really work very well. And then we just pass the espawn.
both to Unreal and to C++. So we're doing something. There's a lot of similarities with other C, like, you know, kind of. I don't know, pretty unique. I feel like last time spawn collision. And last time that was autofilling, which is interesting. If actor spawn, oh, parameters plural. Yeah. That didn't fix it. Oh, that didn't fix it. Okay.
Actor collision handling method. There we go. It's now auto-completing.
Oh, wait. Okay. So spawn parameters dot. Oh, maybe it is. It's just not telling me that it is. Spawn actor. No. Collision handling method. What? Nah.
And now we can have different options. So adjust if possible, but always spawn, etc. Always spawn, etc. So in my case, I'm gonna say adjust if possible, but always spawn. So there we go. And now we can put a semicolon.
Adjust possible, but always spawn. Now it's doing
the
thing. Okay, what?
The spawn params on here. There we go. Now we can go ahead and close this over here. Now you will see that sometimes it gives errors. Well, this is another problem with C++ and Unreal Engine with Intel cells. It will sometimes give you errors even though the code is actually correct. So don't worry if there's errors. Sometimes it is an actual error. You're using the normal Intel cells on Unreal Engine. And Visual Studio, sorry. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save all of our files and minimize and go back into Unreal Engine. Now you will see that this window popped up, which is the C++ live coding. Now this is just a way to compile very fast in Unreal Engine 5. Now just close it, and if you don't see that at all, well, you can just go back down here and say, and click on this, and it will basically start compiling all of your code. So now you will just wait a few seconds. Now depending on which drive you have it, it will go faster or slower, but just have some, space on it, and then just wait a few seconds. A note that I'm gonna put it on here is that if you only touch the C++ file, it will actually go faster, but if you touch the header file, it will go slower because it has to compile other header files and stuff. Anyway, you can see that now it has successfully compiled without any errors. Okay, so
yes, it definitely did that. Yeah, because I'm gonna copy what you wrote perfectly, and there's not gonna be any changes ever, even though this was published last year, so there probably wouldn't be any changes. But yes, I'm gonna. assuming that the person, it is never gonna make sense to assume that the person watching the tutorial isn't gonna mess something up. People aren't gonna copy you perfectly. That's crazy. Whoa. Why did you give me information on this? I don't need you popping up something in the browser. I'm sorry, what? You don't need to explain the whole error. Just show me where it is. Also, this is definitely not. These might be the only actual issues. Please stop doing that. I don't need you to. Oh, come on. That is crazy. That is wild. Where is it expecting a semicolon? There's one right here. See, that is really getting in my way when it's popping up these stupid things. I don't need an explanation of every little thing. I'll Google it if I need to. Just show me where the error is. That is crazy. Tutorial character H22. Yeah, that is a colon. That was a colon, not a semicolon. What? What? What are you doing? Why can't it save over itself? Now it did. Now, not a problem. Weirdly, that one didn't go away, but the other one did. Strange. It's not giving me the other one now. Let me just try it. I mean, I knew it would fail, but I'm trying to. Why are you? Ah, yes. Line 22. That's not right. Huh. Oh. Duh, it's not. It's not talking about the line that I'm on. It's the line above it. It's right there. Let's see if these are really errors, because it's saying no issues found, but then it's also throwing these out. So, but let's try rebuilding that. I don't know quite what is happening because it shouldn't take that long. It's not doing anything. Um, Actually, yeah, it's not doing anything. That's strange. There we go. I don't know. Just stalled out for a second there. Okay, build failed. Um, 408 string view.h. These are not my errors. So I'm thinking it failed for a different reason, maybe? Unless there's something here. Wait, that doesn't look right. The semicolon should be here. It shouldn't be up there. Well, no, that's not true. We're creating it. Definitely.
So now what we can do, file, it will actually put it on here, is that if you only touch the C++ file, it will actually go faster. But if you touch the header file, it will go slower because it has to compile other header files and stuff. Anyway, you can see that now it has successfully compiled without any errors. Okay, so now what we can do is go ahead all of your code. So now you will just wait a few seconds. Now depending on which drive you have it, it will go faster or slow. Now this is all of our files, and minimize and go back into Unreal Engine. Now you will see that this window popped up, which is the C++ live coding. Now this is just a way to compile Okay, so now we can go ahead and save all of our files and minimize and go back in. Okay, so
There is supposed to, yeah. Also, this shouldn't be like this either. That's not good. That's not expected behavior. Huh? What? Yeah? What? Maybe these might be the fallacious errors that it's throwing because it doesn't understand the syntax. See what happens if we build. Spawn params, undeclared identifier. Huh. That doesn't make sense. I definitely defined that. Spawn params. F actor spawn parameters, spawn params. This is void. And then we did this. You know what? This is probably the issue here. This first little line. Factor spawn parameters. Spawn params. Spawn params. Okay. Spawn collision handle override. Cool. That may have just been the issue. I don't know. I still don't know what issue in particular we had there. Actor collision handling method. Always spawn. This is the one we want. I'm not saying actor BP to spawn is undefined. So this, which we defined, actor, where did we define that? Right here.
So now the normal indent zones on Unreal Engine give you errors even though the code is actually correct. So don't worry if there's errors. Sometimes it is an actual error. You're using the normal indent zones on Unreal Engine. And Visual Studio, sorry. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save all of our files and minimize and go back into Unreal Engine. Now you will see that this window popped up, which is the C++ live coding. Now this is just, and it will basically start compiling space on it, and then just wait a few seconds. A note that I'm gonna put it on here is that if you only touch the C++, go slower because it has to compile other header files and stuff. Anyway, you can see that now it has successful.
Okay.
Now the pen in Unreal Engine.
Actor. What? Oh, we never
Doesn't really recognize very well like the content browser.
No, he just did this
files
like
and
very
basically all the blueprints and actors that they're there. So all we have to do is pass another here. The parameter will be subclass of open keys and then close the. And
let's do it this way. Let's do the subclass of. Where's that? That's right there. And then subclass of actor. I don't know why I did that in the order he did. Actor.
And then this will be a T subclass, sorry, there we go, of a actor, and then we pass the name. Now we have to do one more thing.
I think the tag is just
pass another tag on top of it. So in a function was basically ufunction, button here is uProperty. Let's go ahead and pass this, and now we'll go ahead and open the parentheses, and now we can plug in another thing, which is edit anywhere. So this will basically allow us to just call it from whatever place we want in our blueprint. Gonna go ahead and indent this so it's nice and organized. We can just save
edit.
it. So now we can go ahead and call this actor BP to spawn from our code. So now it's basically spawn that variable. And now what we can do is just pass a.
Oh, no issues found. Is that the problem then? Potentially. Let's just see what we get. We recompile this. Space game, is it a simple parkour? You just press space and it plays. So, yeah, you're right. We have successfully done that. Hey, welcome back. don't remember the last time you were in the stream because it's been a while since I've done those. But welcome back. Also, you may have already left because I was looking at the tutorial and not at the chat. Why it's not giving me the time code right now? What's up with that? I like the time codes, but it's gone. So it's disappeared. Wait, I'm so confused. What? On one version of this, it's not showing me the time. Your message. Well, this one's showing me the time codes. I'm sorry, what? Oh, you know what? It was showing the time codes. I think I just had shrunk it too much. Maybe I guess if you just shrink it too much, then it gets rid of the time codes? No. They just disappeared on their own. Yeah, okay, so I was like 3 minutes late to reading the message. That was the same amount of time as last time. Spice. Alright, what have we got? We're cutting through errors, but actor BP to spawn undeclared identifier. Line 40, so right here. Let me this. Let me copy this. Hey, welcome back. How's it going? We do have the ball. It has returned, but it also disappeared again. So, I don't know how exactly that works. It exists in a different project, I guess. Let's close this. We're gonna try to get this. Recompiling a lot here. We don't have the proper syntax highlighting yet, I guess. Cool. So that actually did get rid of that error, but now what do we got? Actor get actor transform. Non-standard syntax. And get actor transform. Let's see what's going on here.
A transform, basically a location or a position that we want our actors to spawn. So spawn and use whatever place we want in our blueprint. And now, well, the blue BP transform. So in our case, what I say is just get actor transform. So able.
Wait, what? Kid actor transform over here. So the error is here somewhere? No. That's the only place we have get actor transforms right here. But
basically spawn it right in.
oh, it's the spawn actor. Wait, is that? What? Oh. Get world. feel like the chat's like delayed. I don't know what's going on. Spawn actor. Oh. I see what the issue is. Yeah, I'm just working through a different tutorial. You're still here? Alright, so I think it's good. Yeah, I'm just working through a different tutorial right now. And,
our player's face.
I mean, I guess a little
and
bit
then
of
what we want to do
progress.
is just pass some parameters. So in order to this,
But
what
I mean,
we
right
have
now
to
I'm
do is
just
create
kind of
some local
fixing
variables. So it'll be
problems, I
f
guess.
actor spawn.
Let's try this again. Success. Cool. So yeah, you you came back and it worked. So that that answers the question, I think. How's the game? Not much of a game yet. But hey, we're just working through Unreal. You really gotta learn the engine before you can really make a game.
Parameters.
That's a little bit about the engine, I guess.
And it's gonna be like the spawn params,
No.
for example. And then we need to handling method. There we go. It's but always on here. There we go. Now we can go ahead and close this over here. Now you will see that sometimes it gives errors. Well, this is another problem with C++.
You know, all the chaos that I have on the other screen, I think I still have a lot of stuff disabled, which is confusing. Like, I don't... Hold up, this is real weird. I don't have... I don't have, like, the Twitch events, do I? No, I don't. Let's see. There we go. No, that makes sense. That's okay, I just don't have that up. Cool. The purple ball is an anomaly. Yeah, I guess. It'll be back in a second. We'll
Perhaps an Unreal Engine with IntelliSense, it will sometimes give you errors even though the code is actually correct. So
how's the
don't
game
worry.
going? Yeah, we're just working on the engine. I did say that earlier, but we're just working on the engine. We're checking along, figuring this out.
If there's errors, sometimes
I mean, we just got it to
is
build
an actual error.
successfully.
You're
So
using
that's,
the normal IntelliSense on Unreal Engine.
that's good. We got something
Unreal
going.
Studio, sorry. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save all of our files and minimize and go back into Unreal Engine. Now you will see that this window popped up, which is the C++ file. Down here and say, and click on this, and it will basically start compiling all of your code. So now you will just wait a few seconds. Now depending on which drive you have it, it will go faster or slower. Seconds. A note that I'm gonna put it on here. But if you touch stuff. Okay, so now what we can do is go ahead and place our character in the scene. Now there's two ways that we can do this. We can just go ahead and right click and create a new blueprint class.
Okay. So coming in here, we're gonna create. Okay, you just created it here.
Then we can go into all classes and search the class that we created. So it will be tutorial character. Now there will be two. It's the second one over here. I don't know why this part already had one, but anyway, I think it just was a content example or something like that. So we can just select it.
Pretty sure this is tutorial character 1.
BP and let's go tutorial. We can now open it up, and now you will see that first of all in class defaults we have the variable that we created, and now in the event graph we can just right click and go into
BP I didn't know what abbreviation they were using, but they're just talking about Blueprint. Oh, come on. Why is it not letting me type? Okay, there we go. We got a character, which we can do the things we did before with
To
this,
spawn
so.
actor, and you will see under the category abilities as we.
Okay. Oops. No, you're selecting the wrong thing. Let's just get this up here.
We already said it. And another way of doing this is that we can actually go ahead and reparent into another whatever other character we have over here. But I'm gonna go ahead and continue. So I'm gonna say that when we press the left mouse button, we're gonna go ahead and spawn our actor under.
What happened? What do you mean? I don't. You have to be more specific because there's a bit of a delay. I don't. Left mouse button. Okay, mouse events. I see.
Abilities, remember?
So it looks like this is just gonna be spawn actor from class, but you didn't. That was not the one you clicked on.
And then spawn our actor under
Abilities. It didn't show up for me. Oh, space? Not gonna matter. It should be under abilities. So I think the issue is that I overwrote the first one, which means the second is nothing now. So let's just delete that guy. Force delete, yeah. Hopefully that doesn't break anything else. And then we'll do Blueprint class. Oh, right, we did this. Tutorial character. And it's the first one. Select BP character, I guess? I don't know. Oh, he called the tutorial. Sometimes you're watching tutorial, it definitely is better to just keep the names the same as what they're doing. So then left mouse button. Oops. Oh, your internet is really bad? That's too bad. Hey, there it is though. My thing's working. Yeah, I mean, it could be really annoying when the internet's not working. I don't know, like this one actually, like the one I have is pretty decent, but it does go down randomly sometimes, which is always just weird because like there's never like an indication that it's going to go down. It just happens.
Abilities, remember? And then we just put over here this. And then in the class defaults, we can search for whatever actor we want. So I'm gonna go ahead and quickly just create a new blueprint class. It's gonna be type actor, BP actor. Okay, go ahead and open it. I'm just gonna say it's gonna be a simple cube, which is gonna be the same input search for whatever actor we want. So I'm gonna go ahead and in the class defaults, we can search, and then we just put over here this. And then in the class defaults,
so wait, huh? Oh, class defaults. Very nice progress. Progress towards understanding the engine for sure. Not like project directly into into
we can search
this.
for whatever actor we want.
Tutorial character. Oh, okay, I see. So
I'm gonna go ahead and quickly just create a new blueprint class. It's gonna be type actor, BP.
Oh. Uh. Okay.
Actor. Okay, go ahead and open it, and it's gonna say it's gonna
What kind of class was
VP. I can go ahead and quickly just create a new blueprint class. It's gonna be type actor.
Actor.
VP.
Yeah.
Actor. Okay, go ahead and open it, and it's gonna say it's gonna be a simple cube, which is gonna be the scene root, and it will just have some physics, so we can basically go ahead and fall. We can now close it, and now we can just call it from here. So we'll basically spawn this actor each time that we press it. Now I'm gonna quickly apply a mesh into this. So queen.
Let's see. There it is. Save this. Let's go and compile. Why not? And then get back over to here. Then we're going to edit that BP actor. What? This is not what I was expecting. Oh, I know. Wait, what? Hope the stream keeps loading every 1 second. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think I'm gonna be able to fix your internet from here, unfortunately. Can we? Sorry, what did you click?
And now we can just call it from here. So we'll basically spawn this actor each time that we press it. Now I'm gonna quickly apply a mesh into this.
I'm sorry, what?
So queen, and it will just have some physics, so we can basically go ahead and fall. We can now close it, and now we can just call it from here. So we'll basically spawn this actor each time that we press it. Now I'm gonna quickly apply a mesh into
BP tutorial. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah. Huh.
spawn this actor each time that we press it. Now I'm gonna quickly
Why are you applying a mesh to this character?
apply a mesh into this.
Animation. Huh?
So queen, there we go, and then queen. Simple.
Oh, this is the character mesh. Okay. Are you typing? Oh, this is where you're typing. What was the other place you put it? Oh, under mesh. Wait, no.
And then there we go, and then queen.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Simple, and then
Oh, I see. You're just doing this. Okay, that made sense.
and let me just go ahead and reposition this. There we go. Okay. Now I press play. We'll still need a camera, sorry. So quickly go here, add a camera. There we go, and then a boom, camera boom. Oh, they changed the name, right? It's no longer camera boom. It's a spring arm. There we go.
5 minutes ago, depending on how bad the delay is.
So quickly go here, add a camera.
Probably is the latter.
time that we press it. Now I'm gonna quickly apply a mesh into this. There we need a camera. There we go. So quickly go here.
So yeah, you did add the camera to this, which then I could probably do the camera stuff I did before, which is cool. I'm hoping that I'll be able to figure that out.
Add a camera. There we go, and then a boom, camera boom. Oh, they changed the name, right? It's no longer camera boom. It's a spring arm. There we go.
Spring arm. That's the camera boom. Okay. Now I remember last time target arm length was like 0, and that worked out really well. And then like an offset of like 55, but this is a bit slightly different mesh.
This will be the other way around. The camera will be child spring arm. And there we go. Okay, so now we have a character here. Oh, we have to also set it here. So we have to create a new game mode. Quickly let's do this. So
oh, this guy's offset by
game
a lot.
Mode, GM, for example, open it up. So the default pawn class, it will be BP tutorial. Pawn close it. We can go back into all settings. It's gonna be GM.
Go fix that in a second.
Play. A game mode, GM, for example, open it up. So the
right, yes, we create a game mode.
Also set it here. So we have to create a new game mode. Quickly let's do this. So blueprint class, game mode, GM, for example, open it up. So the default pawn class, it will be BP tutorial. Pawn close it. We can go back into all settings. It's gonna be GM. Now we have press play. There we go. We have our characters. Now if I were to left click, you will see that we have despawn, the cube actually spawning. Really cool, guys. We are actually spawning from
Wait, so this mode already has all the... Okay, but the thing that we're... Well, actually, this... I thought the mesh was going to look weird, but it doesn't. It looks how it's supposed to. Okay, we're just knocking over the cube now. Okay. This is very difficult. I'm trying to like jump on the cube, but the collision isn't really a fan of me doing that unless it's up against a wall. Okay, hold up.
C++. It's gonna be GM. Now we have press play. There we go. We have our characters. Now if I were to left click, you will see that we have.
Huh. Weird. So. Left click's not doing anything. Let's check this. Wait, it's gonna be the event graph here. Target self, spawn actor.
Huh. And then when you just go ahead and right click and create a new blueprint class. Then we can go into all classes and search. You will see that first of all, in create a new blueprint class, it's gonna be type actor. So now we have a click. You will see that we have simple the scene root.
Yeah,
go ahead and quickly just create a new. We're gonna go ahead and spawn our actor under abilities. Remember.
Okay, I did that.
And then we just put over here this. And then in the class defaults, we can search
class defaults
for whatever actor we want. So I'm gonna go ahead and
actor. Wait, where is it? BP actor. Maybe I need a bit of an offset for that. Oh, maybe it just has no mesh. Yeah, it does. It should be this. Should be fine. Should be a cube. So why is it not doing it? You know, pile. Good there. Huh. Maybe, I mean, I could see it spawning at an offset. And that's why I'm not seeing it. But it has to be quite an offset. Oops. I didn't make the jump. Oh, can you not sprint jump? Yeah, you can. It's just not super reliable. Or I'm just not very good at it.
And quickly just create a new.
Oops, I clicked on a different video. The stream is 1 to 3 minutes ahead.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial, and today I'm gonna show you on how to get started with C++ in Unreal Engine 5. It's the C++ live coding. Now this is just a way to compile other header files and stuff. Anyway, you can see that now it has successfully compiled without any errors. Okay, so now what we can do is go ahead and place our character in the scene. Now there's two ways that we can do this. We just go ahead. This part already had one, but anyway, I think it just totals to spawn to another button. We're gonna go ahead and
left mouse button. Yeah. Pressed.
Spawn our actor under abilities, remember? And then we just put over here this. And then in the class defaults, we can search for whatever actor we want. So I'm gonna go ahead and quickly just create a new blueprint class. It's gonna be type actor, BP, actor. Okay, go ahead and open it. And it's gonna say it's gonna be a simple cube.
Is that the issue? Where's the actor?
Which is gonna be the scene. We can search for whatever actor we want. So I'm gonna go ahead and quickly just create a new blueprint class. It's gonna be type actor, BP, actor. Okay, go ahead and open it, and it's gonna say it's gonna be a simple cube, which is gonna be the scene root, and it will just have some physics, so it can basically go ahead and fall. Go ahead and open it, and it's gonna say it's gonna be a simple cube, which is gonna be the scene.
Basically dropping that, so that's the scene root. Okay.
Root, and it will just have some physics, so it can basically go ahead and fall. We can now close it, and now we can just call it from here. So
that's all he did. Okay. Is that what I didn't? Are we good now? No. Don't know why.
we'll basically spawn this actor each time that we press it. Now I'm gonna quickly apply.
Hello, me from the future. I did not respond to your comment immediately, so don't take that with a bit of a grain of salt.
Each time that we press
There's
it.
also
now
streamer
I'm gonna quickly
delay,
apply a mesh into this. So Queen, there we go, and so we can basically go ahead. Okay, go ahead and open it, and it's gonna say it's gonna be a simple cube, which is gonna be the scene root, and it will just.
So we did skip this, so we got to save this. Why is it not saving? Okay. Compile it. Simulate physics. Save, compile. Save. Save. Compile. We have successfully created some lag within the game, but it's still not doing the thing it's supposed to. Great.
Have some physics, so we can basically go ahead and fall. We can now close it, and now we can just call it from here. So we'll basically
I'm sorry, what? What did you do?
spawn this actor each time that we press it. Now I'm gonna quickly apply a mesh into this. So queen, there we go, and then queen.
Nope,
Simple.
nothing.
And then let me just go ahead and reposition this. There we go. Okay. Now I press play. We'll still need a camera, sorry. So quickly go here, add a camera. There we go, and then a boom, camera boom.
Oh, let's check the output log. Really nothing. We're not
Oh, they changed the name, right? It's no longer camera boom, it's Express. Then we can go into all classes and search the class that we created. So it will be tutorial character. Now there will be two. It's the second one over here. I don't know why this part already had one, but anyway, I think it just was a content example or something like that. So we can just select it, BP, and let's go tutorial.
Yes,
Now open it up.
We're using a default mesh for the for this, but I did not do what the tutorial is supposed to be showing me how to do, so we're still struggling there. I'm gonna like go to the beginning of when he went back to Unreal and rewatch this whole section, but I'm not gonna go back into the code because it's so unspecific that I have no idea what the functions are supposed to do, so I don't know what I'm looking at.
Say and click on this, and it will basically start compiling all of your code. So now you will just wait a few seconds. Now depending on which drive you have it, it will go faster or slower, but just have some space on it, and then just wait a few seconds. A note that I'm gonna put it on here is that if you only touch the C++ file, it will actually go faster, but if you touch the header file, it will go slower because it has to compile other header files and stuff. Anyway, you can see that now it has successfully compiled without any errors. Okay, so now what we can do is go ahead and place our character in the scene. Now there's two ways that we can do this. We can just go ahead and right click and create a new tutorial here, something like that. We can now open it up, and now you will see that first of all in class defaults we have the and is that we can actually go ahead for all the character. When we press abilities, we in class defaults, it's gonna be type actor, BP actor. Okay, go ahead and open it, and it's gonna say it's gonna be a simple cube, which is gonna be the scene root, and it will just have some physics, so we can basically go ahead and follow.
Hello me.
We can now close it, and now we can just call it from here. So we'll basically spawn this actor each time that we press it. Now I'm gonna quickly apply a mesh into this.
Delay.
So queen, there we go, and then queen. Simple, and then let me just go ahead and reposition this. There we go. Okay. Now I press play. We'll still need a camera, sorry. So quickly go here, add a camera.
Even if there's some like weird offset, I think I'd still see it by this
camera
point.
Boom. Oh, they changed the name, right? It's no
Unless
longer
it's like
camera boom.
I might just.
It's a spring arm. There we
I
go.
think even if I was clipping it through the ground, like if I was jumping and clicking it, I'd still.
And there we go. Okay, so now we have a character here. Oh, we have to also set it here. So we have to create a new game mode. quickly do this. So blueprint class, game mode, GM for example, open it up. So the default pawn class, it will be BP tutorial. Compile and close it. We can go back into wall settings. It's gonna be GM. Now we have press play.
Why do people feel the need to
Now,
keep
if
tutorials
I
short? I don't
left
get
click,
it.
you'll see that we have despawn, the cube actually spawning. Really cool, guys. We are
Nope.
actually spawning from C++.
No, we don't.
Which is
You
really,
do.
really
I
cool.
don't.
I'm gonna go ahead and just change this a bit. Okay, so we can basically see a bit better.
Okay, I took some information from the tutorial, but I'm gonna give up on it. I saw another one that I want to look at. It's a part 1 and it's a much longer video. I mean, honestly, we're actually technically ahead of the curve on this a little bit. Of course, we're kind of split between a few different projects right now. But I know how to make a character move. And not just in the default template where it's already set up. The other tutorial showed us how to do that. Ugh.
Hello there. This video
So this is G Game Dev. And it looks like a long series, which is very much what I prefer, I think. I don't know what's going on with the other one. I'll be back in a second. It's 3 a.m. here. I'm gonna get some more water. Maybe some food. Ooh, all right. We'll see how this other tutorial is going. If it goes well. See, this entire video is just focused on the C++. Doesn't get into the blueprint until the next one. Alright. Let's start this thing.
video is the first part in a short series aimed at giving people who want to use C++, the Unreal Engine, a helping hand. If you are a blueprint-only Unreal developer who wants to get into C++,
No,
or
I'm
someone
not.
with prior C++ experience who wants to apply it to Unreal, then this is for you. In this part, I'll briefly skip over some of the bits of installing the software you will need and setting up your development machine to allow you to work with C++ in Unreal. And
We'll
then I
skip
discuss the most
through
common
parts
classes
of
and
this,
features that you may encounter
probably.
while working on your projects. I'll
So
cover
let's
some
go full
basic
screen.
things about how Unreal tools that people of this follow you out back and take kind of hardware specifications and scans. But that was up with everything set up here because that's what I would have used link for the open tool to do.
Okay, you're starting from nothing. I do like that. IDE, Visual Studio, we're good. Don't know what that is. We'll check that out. Love the chapters. Those are always useful.
If you've watched any of my other videos, you might be aware that my IDE of choice for Unreal development is Rider, produced by a
Really?
company called JetBrains. Without any hesitation, I can say it's simply light years ahead of anything you can set up with product up for you.
Why did you do that? It's literally
Plus
the name. Okay,
consider
whatever.
or anything. Well, obviously not until like thousands of support. Well, want to get you interested in. With C++, you know about header and source files, .h and .cpp. The header files,
figured
.h,
that
are
out.
where you define the things that you are going to have, for example, in a class. And the source files, .cpp, are where you actually have the code that does whatever you want it to do. Many
makes
newcomers to C++ ask why it is that way, and the
Yeah.
short answer is it's for the compiler. The compiler can scan over all the header files first, and then it basically knows what's what before it digs into the meat of the actual code in the
That's not much of an explanation, because, like, I mean, yeah, it's for the compiler. That's all code. It's all for the compiler in one way or another. Oh, yeah, that delay is something serious. Or, sorry, it wasn't even live. Never mind. No. Point still taken. That the delay is pretty long right now. What? That's bizarre. Huh. Oh, Twitch is caught up. YouTube's more delayed? That's unusual. I thought YouTube usually is ahead of Twitch. Whatever, I'm gonna close these. If I close some stuff, it'll start running a little quicker. Okay. Cool.
the CPP files. Yes, that is a massive oversimplification there, but we don't want to get too bogged
But yeah,
down with
header,
that
you
kind of
define
stuff.
it,
What
and
we
then
do want to dwell on for a
the other
moment is
one,
how Epic
you actually
generally
write it.
structure their source code. Their standard is to use public and private folders. Generally speaking, all the .h header files that define things which should be visible only inside the code module it's written in are in a private folder. And other modules should be in the public folder. The CPP files generally all go in the private folder regardless, because they're implementation, even if their .h header files are public. Now, this might sound a bit confusing, but you don't need to do any of this if you're just making a simple
Don't
game
feel like I
and
need to
all
know
your
that
code
much
is going to be in the
about how
default
Epic does
module
it.
for that game. There isn't anything
Yeah.
outside of that module which will use that code, and so none of this matters to you. When it does become more important for you is when you progress to the point that you want to put code into separate modules or create your own code plugins, which I will discuss
Cool.
a little further on.
Not doing either
You
of
may
those
have
things
learned
right
some
now.
C++ from your school or college, or perhaps you use it professionally in an environment where you have used it
I
on your
don't know
job.
why this qualification matters.
Or have learned scripts with the Unreal Engine. However, there are a few things to bear in mind and some false assumptions you might make that could confuse or trip you up. So let's briefly go over
Okay.
some of those things. Generally, when you learn C++, you are taught principles of object orientation. You're introduced to the idea of creating classes, which act as a template from which
I
you
know
can create.
this guy is assuming way too much about my knowledge of C++ because that's non-existent. Done C#, done Java, done. That's probably mostly it. No, I've done a couple of. I've done like scripting languages, like small, like, but like not, yeah.
Individual object instances. You are shown that you can create those instances with the C++ new keyword, and you can delete those instances when you don't need them anymore. You are taught the concept of constructors, functions which automatically run when instances of the class are created,
I mean,
so
yeah.
that instance can set itself up.
I don't
And
really
destructors,
remember
which are functions that
that much about
automatically
it,
run
but
when the
okay.
instance is destroyed, so that the class can shut itself down gracefully and clean up any memory and other things it may have been using. That's all good standard stuff. But because Unreal classes instances are basically managed by the engine, it's not exactly how we do things. We don't create instances of Unreal objects with the familiar C++ new method. We have to use engine features, such as create new object or spawn actor. And we don't delete our objects either. Generally speaking, yes, there is instruction. Constructors and destructors. Cool. This instant code you run when it will have been created feels like use the standard C++ engine.
I don't have experience with C++, so this doesn't really matter to me. I don't have preconceived notions coming into this. So we're good.
Difference to C++ coding with Unreal compared to vanilla C++, like an enhanced version of C++, even though technically it is normal, valid C++. Although if you really want to split hairs, it's not totally true, because there's all sorts of other magic going on behind the scenes with C# and the Unreal Build tool and the Unreal Header tool and other stuff. But really, who cares? If you want to think of it as Unreal C++, I'm not going to knock you. And if you want to think of it all as simply elfin magic, you go right ahead. Many of the reflection macros you will use resemble attributes in managed languages such as C#. These are macro invocations which are generally placed immediately before specific things, like Unreal classes have uClass, structs have uStruct, individual properties have uProperty, and even functions can have uFunction. Some are mandatory. For example, you can't have an Unreal class without a uClass reflection macro immediately before the class declaration and a generated body macro somewhere inside the class body. And when you create a new class using the Unreal Editor or from an IDE like Rider which understands Unreal, the macro invocations are automatically inserted where they need to be in the empty class structure, which is made for you. So you don't need to worry too much about that. For some reason, mark garbage collector and insta stay with you bird to garbage connector when they are displayed that might be used in blueprints. Assets in the code. They may be imported into Unreal after assets in the editor. Unreal is free to offer you drop-down lists filtered with the specific type of asset you're interested in, and you just pick it. Plus, if you decide to move an asset from one place to another in your content structure, there are tools which can be used to automatically fix up anything that was using that asset. So
I think we'll go to the second episode.
Hello again. This video is the second part in a short series aimed at giving people who want to use C++ with the Unreal Engine a helping hand to get started. In this part, I go over creating an Unreal project that uses C++ coding. We take a brief look at some objects. So, hopefully now you've got... I'm going to take you right from the Epic launch. For if there is a button that will display a page showing you the project. Unreal project doesn't even mean you have to actually write any C++ if you don't want to. Crazy, I know. Off to the races. Which, depending on your specific hardware specs, might be a race structure. Lucky, swear.
So you are here in the third person. You are in this project, so that's cool.
The default one, which Born Vitality cradled in the loving embrace of the Unreal Editor, which should have loaded. What will also probably have loaded is your IDE. If you installed more than one, then it will be the default one, which you can change in the settings of the Unreal Editor if it's not the one you actually want to use right now. Your project will have its own directory, inside which will be a whole bunch of subdirectories and other files. Some of these directories and files will only exist under certain circumstances. For example, you will only have a plugins directory in your project if you are writing your own custom plugins for your project. Or if you're using Rider as your IDE, which puts its own plugin code in there so that it can interface with the editor. What you should have though is a directory with a .uproject file and hopefully also a .sln file. The .uproject file is, rather unsurprisingly, the Unreal project file. And for IDE, if you have it, you're using the...
A lot of small explanations, which I don't hate, but I'm gonna skip it anyways. I don't really need an explanation of VS Code.
Or Rider. I usually don't open the .sln file into Spill, and in that case, just run Unreal Editor. Of course, it's not going to help you if you just create debug the functions, see the contents of memory and variables. Build. Certain code that is useful for debugging is excluded in builds that are intended to be the final published shipped product. Likewise, there are things you can have in your code that only affect the editor and will also be stripped out in a final published version. The build target determines the editor model.
I'm definitely not at that stage where I'm going to worry about
randomly changing your code faster.
Release versions or whatever.
does pick up on those. There are a couple of other things it just doesn't like as well. In general, if you already have a well-defined class with all of its properties and methods written, and you're just making minor changes to some code in the CPP file method, then all is fine. But the moment you start altering the structure of a class, adding new properties, changing a function to accept different parameters, or things like that, then don't expect too much from it. Again, it kind of brings me back to that Raiders of the Lost Ark scene. I mean, with a little bag of sand and the idol. I'm not saying if you use live coding it won't work, just that eventually, you know, big balls. That's why I don't bother. I might be missing out on a great time saver, but I prefer to just stop the project running, which closes the editor, make whichever changes I need to my code, recompile, and if I didn't just write a bunch of errors and the code still builds, run the project again. It generally doesn't take...
I guess that's what I'm doing. I don't even know.
To know about all those
I just feel like
things,
I'm very confused because like this is so detailed that like you'd have zero context if you weren't already like very familiar with the engine. But the level of detail also seems like it's intended for someone that isn't experienced. It's like I guess the idea is maybe people from other engines, maybe? I don't really know.
Previously describing to be able to do it. So hopefully you created a new C++ Unreal project as I described earlier. Make sure you have the project solution, the SLN file, open in whichever IDE you're going to use. I don't want to assume you have Rider, so I will show you how you can add a new class from the Unreal Editor. In the Unreal Editor, if you have an open content browser window, you can use that. If you don't, open up the quick content drawer. In the tree structure for your project's content, find the C++ classes folder, which by default will contain a single folder with the name of your project. This is actually the name of the code module, and it's the default primary one with the same name as the project. You can see that there are a couple of classes in there already, a character class and a game mode class. Right click in the empty space and select New C++ Class. A window appears allowing you to choose which class you want to inherit from to make your new class. The window is divided into two, either a list of the most commonly used classes or a tree with basically everything in it. Because we are doing something common, we can just use that common classes list and scroll down until we find the blueprint function library. Click on it and then click the next button. In this page, we need to give a name to a list of the most commonly used classes or a plus one with the same name as the project.
See. You're just inheriting.
That there are a couple of
I thought he was saying like, oh, there should be some classes here by default, and then click the starter thing, so those aren't there. And then you're going to inherit from one of those, but we're just inheriting from a different type of file.
A character class and a game mode class. Right click in the empty space and select New C++ Class. A window appears allowing you to choose which class you want to inherit from to make your new class. The window is divided into two.
These are the parent classes,
with basically everything in it. Because we are doing something common, we can just use that common classes list and scroll down until we find the blueprint function library. Click on it and then click the next button. In this page, we need to give a name.
This class is a base class for any function libraries exposed to blueprints. Cool. Seems simple.
To our new class. Remember how I tried to hammer into you those mandatory naming conventions for certain types of classes? Well, you don't use them when you use this thing. You just give your classes the actual name you want them to have, and the wizard type affair will prepend the appropriate capital letter on the front for you, okay? You don't need to change anything else on this page, just the name. The other options are for another time. Just click create class after you've chosen the name you want. I'm going to keep it simple here and just call mine Blueprint Function Library A. But in a real project, you would likely want to give it a more useful name, something descriptive relating to the type of functionality you intend to put in there. So now we just have to wait while Unreal does its thing, creating new source code files and updating the SLN file for us. If you didn't already have your IDE open at this point, Unreal will most likely open it for you, so it can proudly display the new file it just created while wagging its tail and gazing up lovingly at you for approval. It's a good Unreal. Is it you? Yes, yes it is. Well done. So, in our IDE, we can now see our new, shiny, empty, and not particularly useful Blueprint Library class. You should be looking at the header file, .h, by the way. You will note that it has Unreal Reflection macros, uClass, before the class declaration, and generated by
I think he's already live. The streamer that I was gonna watch is probably already live. He's just not notificating. That's a word. He's just not notifying Discord. Yeah, that's correct. He's been live for an hour.
Respectfully decline? No. No, I can't. Only disrespectfully.
33 minutes ago. Wow.
Only disrespectfully.
Anyways, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna. I'm just gonna like breeze through this tutorial if I can, and then I just want to like go to an empty project again, and just like mess around. Right? Like tutorial mode is cool and stuff. We've also been there for like 4 hours now, so maybe let's just like mess around for a while, you know? Reload all. Should be fine. I don't need the configuration. We'll leave those up, even though we're not going to do anything with them. And they're not working, but we'll leave them up anyways.
Body inside the class body, but it's not actually doing anything for us yet. So let's change that. We're going to do 3 things here, just to give you a little flavor for how you can boost your blueprints with C++.
Also, knowing these are like really 2 parts of the same.
Is that if you make a class, you will have 2 separate files. One with a .h extension, which is called the header, and one with a .cpp extension, which is where your actual code goes. The header file is generally
although
he
has them like this,
shape of your class,
but
including what
in the
data
opposite.
it will contain,
So let's maybe change that for
and for
simplicity.
those functions, what parameters they will take and what values, if any, they will return. And then the CPP file is used to contain the actual code that implements those functions. I'm generalizing. There are obviously exceptions to this, but what I said is fine to get you started. So let's try it out. First with something kind of pointless but illustrative. I'm going to add a new function called getPointlessMessage. This function will return a text message, which in this case is going to be a string value. Unreal C++
doing a little hello world.
String. So you can see I have that right before the name of the function. Then there are some brackets, and inside those you would list any parameters that your function needs. In this case, there are none. So the brackets are empty. Now, Blueprint function libraries are not things we make instances of, like objects or actors. They are just, well, libraries of functions that you can run without having to have an instance of something. So we have to say that the functions we make inside them are static.
Why did he skip? He didn't write the code. He just skipped like, oh, hey, here's the code. It's going to be here.
Are not before getPointlessMessage. This function will return a text message, which in this case is going to be a string value. Unreal C++ calls that type fstring. So you can see I have
he literally appeared in a jump cut and then he started zooming in. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's talking about the header, but that was some weird editing.
Which in this case is going to be a string value. Unreal C++ calls that type fstring. So you can see I have that right before the name of the function. Then there are some brackets.
Public, private. I don't got any of that here. Blueprint function library. I'm assuming this is the public section. Generated bodies below that. Okay, so if we're just above this, we're good. I don't know. Static F string. We'll just do hello world. I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm gonna call it this. And it's not a pointless message because we're making sure we actually get everything set up correctly. That very much has a point.
And inside those, you would list any parameters that your function needs. In this case, there are none, so the brackets are empty. Now, Blueprint function libraries are not things we make instances of,
I think
objects or actors.
they are just, this was part of the jump cut, I guess.
Functions that you can run without having to have an instance of something. So we have to say that the functions we make inside them are static. Static functions don't need an instance of the class to run. Now, don't worry too much if you don't understand what that means at this point. Just remember that the functions in your Blueprint class library all need the word static in front of them, and you'll be good to go for now. So let's jump into the .cpp file and create the code for this function. We are not doing anything clever here, just returning some hard-coded text.
I'm sorry, what? Oh wait, never mind. I think we're good.
Run everything as it
So
stands,
confused.
you will be somewhat disappointed. Blueprints won't actually be able to see your function yet because we need to use another of those reflection macros first. So back into our .header file, we add right before the function a ufunction macro call. Inside its brackets, we specify blueprint callable. This tells the Unreal Engine that blueprints are allowed to use that function. Okay, let's see if it works.
Callable.
In Visual Studio, I first check to make sure development editor is the selected build configuration, which is we specify.
Why are you putting?
Blueprint-
You're not even. Just
Well,
write the
Run
code.
as long as everything builds.
These are long videos. I don't understand why you would do that. I'm sorry. What? Huh? F string u blueprint function library. Hello world. Return F string. This is a message, but it's no. Hello world. Why would it's so stupid? Why would logging? Why you calling it useless, dude? Like it's. Why would logging to your output be useless? It never is. It's always useful.
OK, which it has, it then launches the Unreal Editor with our newly compiled project inside it. Quickest way to test our Blueprint function library is just to open the level blueprint on the default map. So I'm going to do that. I'll test our code from the...
What? These are long tutorials. How are you jumping through the actual code so quickly? What is going on? Let's do this again. F string u. Yeah. Oh, sorry. This is my abbreviation, which I didn't call it that. What did I call it? I just called it something simpler. Blueprint function. Hello. Hello world. Blueprint function, hello world. We skipped a step here. Apparently we gotta specify that it's text. This is not all caps. Why did I type it like that? It's still giving me issues though. Alright, let's just see what it's actually gonna do when we go over here. Let's try and recompile this thing. See what errors it gives me instead. Syntax missing. Blueprint function is not a, so there's missing. Let's look anywhere we got a semicolon. No, it's right here. Right, this is what's given me there shouldn't be double parentheses there. There we go. Now the blueprint function's giving me some trouble now. That's the other one. Hey, we only got like 2 errors there. That's a good number. It's not bad. Probably shouldn't have to recompile every time, but maybe it's just, you know, we need to get the actual plugin or something. See, I know that I called it where you looked at C++ classes, right? And then we went here. BP function. Sorry, I didn't call it blueprint function. It's using the abbreviation that the last couple of tutorials used. But that's still not gonna work because we're not like it's not exposed to that or whatever. So what are we missing? Oh, he has a little include line. That makes a lot more sense. Wait, but that's this. BP function. Right? What do you mean that doesn't exist? It's this. We're just calling the other file. Oh, so, okay. The issue, it's telling me the issue is here, but it's probably not. It's probably actually over there. I just typed it wrong? Is that literally? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so there's something here that he skipped. class. Public U blueprint function library. Okay. U function. Let's try this again. Huh? That doesn't seem right. Blueprint callable. Let's try that. No, it's not gonna do anything. I made it worse. It's not what it is. The other one was fine. That's the wrong button. That's the wrong button.